the platform owner to use the information it collects from the seller to its own advantage and to the disadvantage of the seller. The Commission has taken a range of these cases, and with which many of which are still under investigation and yet unresolved. There are also some general concerns I wish to highlight, which deals with with South Africa's digital technology and infrastructure, which is not sufficient to penetrate the digital economy. Litigation is also very expensive and intimidating for vulnerable, poor, and illiterate consumers. Most vulnerable consumers cannot afford to litigate as a way to readdress their competition concerns. Our paper further proposes solutions that we believe can be implemented to mitigate the effects of this conduct. First of all, the Competition Commission needs to consider adopting the role that data plays in entrenching or establishing market power in the digital market. The assessment of dominance in the digital market may need to focus less on the market shares and more on other factors, such as the control and the ownership of a key input, such as data. But the Competition Commission must also negotiate agreements with any regulatory authority to coordinate and harmonize the exercise of jurisdiction on any matter. And a good example is that there are quite a number of MOUs that the Commission have entered into with organizations such as ICASA and the Information Regulator. The Commission must also use its powers to review and the relevant legislation to suggest possible amendment to the price discrimination of the Competition Act in such a manner that addresses algorithm pricing in the digital market. South African policy needs to strongly consider adopting and employing the relevant technology and resources to be able to detect and combat abuse of dominance by firms who engage in these forms which may include algorithm pricing. There might be a need to consider capacitating and training personnel that are employed by the competition authorities to ensure that they have the required skills and knowledge to adequately deal with the abuse of dominance and prohibited practice in the digital market. Competition commissions will also consider using its advocacy function to enhance consumer awareness about algorithm price discrimination, self-preferencing, and other abuse conduct as a way of empowering them and for them to be able to participate in the digital market. South Africa policy makers should also consider adopting acts such as the Digital Services Act and the Market Act, which was passed in the EU Commission. These acts were aimed at creating a safer digital space in which consumers' rights are protected. South Africa must also invest in its digital technology and infrastructure with a sense of urgency because access to data and services in the digital economy remains highly important. The Competition Commission must also function effectively to investigate and adjudicate matters relating to abuse of dominance to assist vulnerable consumers who cannot afford to litigate or are intimidated by litigation. The Competition Commission can also utilize its market inquiry powers to investigate anti-competitive conduct in the digital markets. A good example is the online platform market inquiry that was completed by the Commission, where issues of self-preferencing were raised. Now we are currently with the media inquiry, and we await the finding and the recommendations of that market inquiry. And any policy approach that is adopted by South Africa should prioritize international competitiveness and participation of entrants, of SMEs and HDPs in this development process. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Lebogang Seshweni, and I'll be focusing on part B of the paper, wherein I'll be exploring intellectual property in the digital realm. Now, throughout the years, technology has become more advanced, especially with the introduction of artificial intelligence. The question is, where does that leave intellectual property, and how are innovators protected in a world where technology is advancing more every day? Now, does the current intellectual property laws address these issues and challenges faced by innovators in South Africa, and what measures can be taken into account to address these issues? Now, throughout the years, the following legislations have been used to protect intellectual property in South Africa. We have the Patents Act, we have the Copyright Act, the Designs Act, and the Trademarks Act. I'm not going to drill more on what each act entails, as most of them are self-explanatory. But the point I'm trying to emphasize here is that majority of these acts have not been amended in a long time and do not address the current evolving technological concerns, especially with the introduction of artificial intelligence. Now, due to this, there are now complexities between the traditional intellectual property rights and digitalization. For example, AI now qualifies as an inventor. Now, around 2021, South Africa's granted a decision to give AI patent rights. The AI was called Davis as an inventor. Now, SA laws showed an intention to involve patent laws to reflect our current technological realities. But however, there were concerns on who is the inventor and who is the owner. So it was made clear that the AI is an inventor and the human is the owner. Now, the complexity now arises when in a situation where a human uses an existing AI tool to come up with a new innovation. It is not clear who is now the owner and who is the inventor. Is it the human that came up with the AI invention, or the AI itself, or the human who used the AI tool to come up with a new innovation? And the current South African patent laws does not address this question, and should competition issues arise there, we would not know who to prosecute. Um, Another complexity is shown in the book selling markets. The rise of illegal websites which offer free downloads. Now, throughout the years, the book downloads market has evolved from physical copies to now being on soft copies. So now illegal websites have taken advantage of this, offering the author's work for free. Everyone can access the books for free now online without the author getting monetized from it. Now, the traditional intellectual property laws does not address these issues and does not protect the author's work, as it can be easily accessible and downloaded for free. Now, one of the Competition Commission's values is to promote innovation. So if these issues are not being addressed, innovation in that market is slowly declining. Another complexity is shown in the music industry. Now, there has been a shift from CDs to now music being streamed on Spotify, Apple Music, and iTunes. I'm pretty sure nobody uses CDs now, right? So, although digitalization made it easier to access to music, they also made it more challenging to control and protect copyrighted works. Trademarks as well are also no exception. They're actually being strongly affected in the digital age. International shopping sites of counterfeited products has made it more difficult to enforce trademark rights. Now counterfeited products can be sold across different countries. The most recent example is when creators used platforms such as TikTok to advertise counterfeited products. Yeah. So now this shows how easily accessible counterfeits are now, and the current trademark rights does not address or protect the trademarks. Now, in conclusion, digital markets have brought several challenges from an enforcement and regulations point of view. So discussions, research, and collaboration among competition law authorities can assist to solve some of these challenges. Competition authorities should adopt and train employees on the relevant technologies to combat abuse of dominance as well as prohibited practice in the digital age. There is a need to develop South African laws and policies, and this can be done by looking at developed jurisdictions such as the EU Commission on how they handled the rise of digital markets and the challenges that followed. Now, South Africa's current IP laws are not equipped to handle the challenges posed by rapid digitalization and the rise of technologies such as AI. Industries such as publishing, music, fashion are already experiencing negative effects of digital infringement. Without urgent reforms to align intellectual property laws with the digital era, South Africa is at risk at stifling innovation and losing control over the protection of its creators' right. Frequently amending these laws to cater to the digital world is essential to support innovation, economic growth, and free competition in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marauzi and Ms. Sishweni. We, at this point, I'd like to just welcome Ms. Shaista Gwaga to share her thoughts on the paper.
Thank you very much. And it always excites me when we have young employees that are sort of taking it upon themselves to do research and present. So well done to both of you. So I've got a few broad comments on it, sort of areas that can be expanded upon and some thoughts. So the first is on the digitalization. So there are a few things that have been brought up, including the issue of algorithmic pricing. And I think often people get a bit anxious about algorithmic pricing. I think I do too. But there's a question about sort of the benefits versus the drawbacks. And for example, when it comes to mobile networks, there's a lot of personalized pricing currently in the market. My teenage son gets data for a negligible amount. I pay much more. But this is often pro-poor, and it's pro-people who sort of recharge very little, who don't use a lot. So I think we need to be a little bit careful about prohibition in general and just try to think what exactly is the concern here. And the other thing with algorithmic pricing is if we look at our price discrimination provisions at the moment, it's looking at a dominant firm that's using price discrimination to distort and impede competition, often in a downstream market. Algorithmic pricing is different to this because it's in many ways exploitative. So the company, instead of sort of pricing differently to different consumers and the effect being competition downstream, you're looking at a company that's exploiting the most money it can from each consumer based on their characteristics and what they pay. So in many ways, there's a question as to whether this actually maybe would fall under excessive pricing as a concept. I know our act is not written in that way, and most acts are not written in that way, but the issue of algorithmic price discrimination, I think, is one of exploitation and consumer harm. So I think there's a bit of thinking to be done, and I throw the challenge to you to just think about where it fits in within an economic perspective and a legal framework, and what kind of adjustments are required for that. So that's just a comment on the first part. The second comment I wanted to make, I know I have a short amount of time to discuss. All right. So the second one is just to do with intellectual property. And I think, there was a discussion over different types of copyright and trademark infringements that happen in digitalization. But I think an area that we need to think about and expand is what are the other kind of abuse of dominance patterns that have occurred in digital markets that are likely to play out in areas such as AI and using intellectual property. So if we look historically at intellectual property, we looked at patents where companies maintain their dominance by refusing access to IP to other companies. So we can expect in the digital space, and I think it was mentioned this morning in the session by Brazil, that access to IP and technology that's required by the market is going to be something that we've got to look out for. And how would companies use their dominance and the IP over technology to prevent other companies from utilizing platforms, from utilizing technologies to expand in the digital space? So I think sort of looking at some of those issues would be something that would benefit the paper. And then finally, there's just one more thing on intellectual property, and that's from an enforcer perspective. So now you're going to be looking at whether companies are abusing dominance, what are companies doing with their pricing, and I think this probably has come up in your other platforms where companies say, well, that algorithm is our IP, and it's not something that we're willing to hand over to the regulator to probe and to understand. And I think going forward, the sort of the IP being used as a way of avoiding enforcement is something that enforcers are going to have to face, and it's probably going to be a big challenge to actually doing your work and trying to understand what's going on in the market. So that's another aspect of IP maybe you'd want to go into, but thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Saishta, for those insights. It really does probe us to think a bit deeper about this, and I hope it is quite beneficial to the authors as well as they continue with their research. We're going to move on to our next speaker, Mr. Donovan Lindley. Donovan Lindley is a senior analyst at the Competition Commission's Market Inquiry Division, and he was also a technical lead of the Media and Digital Platforms Market Inquiry. He is the technical lead of the MDPMI, and he will present his paper titled Evolutionary Thinking in the Marketplace, Digital Markets, AI, and the Application of Competition Policy.
Hi, Donovan Lindley, Competition Commission, as Patu mentioned, and technical lead of Media Digital Platform Market Inquiry. Done quite a bit of work looking at the moment I'm looking a lot into search platforms, generative AI, done a bit of ad tech, yeah. Okay, so I wrote this paper, just bringing about a lot of my observations, thoughts, ideas. So it's very idea heavy, but I think it's just also about bringing as part of myself to what I see, and I've seen, having had spent 4 years just looking at digital markets. What I do notice is there's a rapid change, and it's changing at an accelerated rate. Looking at Google, the Google search page, for example, had like 10 links, very standard blue links. Then it became very colorful with images, videos, Google-related content. Now there's AI summaries in the form of AI overviews on the Google search engine results page. And now there's also AI mode. And you just see these things changing very fast. The other aspect is, there's this ChatGPT 3.5 released in November 2022, and it really spurred this big race for AI. And then also just understanding the nature of markets and how the nature of these digital markets is. You really often conceptualize industrial policy in the form of vertical and horizontal, but you have all kinds of relationships. You have interdependencies, you've got codependencies. So just having a different perspective on relationships in the marketplace. So another reason is also just a love for nature. I just think nature is a great teacher, so I'm bringing, again, myself to this question. I see the the economy is a complex system, and it's not too dissimilar from ecology. I believe, and it's maybe a belief, or maybe it's true, is that the marketplace can be mapped to natural systems. And I think there's different forms of scientific thinking. I think economics, to a large extent, has been informed by science, but science is broader than the science that has informed our current economic system. And then the last thing, also just looking at, I like biology at school, so it's bringing in like symbiotic relationships into how you understand relationships too. So there's the degree of curiosity as well, just to see how AI is going to develop into possibility space. So just bringing in evolutionary thought into the marketplace. So the structure is evolutionary thought in the marketplace, digital markets, AI, and competition policy. So I see a shift from sort of Newtonian-influenced thinking, mechanistic thinking, that has been prevalent in our industrial era, to evolutionary thinking into a complex system, such as the economy. It goes a move away from the notion that the whole is necessarily the sum of its parts, like A plus B equals C. But the whole can in itself be distinctly different. There's this notion of holism, which was put together by a philosopher, Jan Smuts. It's largely, the world that we live in is largely and often quite non-deterministic. And sort of the analogy I like to use, just the imagery, the idea that I use is the way in a mechanistic world, the way we think about the market, it's like a Swiss watch where there's a whole lot of 400 different working parts together. But it's very predictable. It's going to tell the time and be good quality. But I see the world that we live in as more like a rainforest, for example. It is a series of different relationships: plants, animals, the soil, the climate, and the forest itself can just evolve over time. And that is a complex system. So I think just bringing that sort of imagery into the kind of work that we do is something I think is important to understanding these markets. So just basics of evolution. Evolution is a driver. It teaches, basics of it is it drives variation, selection, and retention. It's unpredictable, non-linear, and where neoclassical economics is about reaching equilibriums, dynamic features of an evolutionary market, it's, equilibrium is not really achieved. So the actors in the space typically have bounded rationality, imperfect information, feedback loops, and it also depends a lot on the initial conditions and the path dependency of the market. So there is a thing, so positive sum outcomes, one can conceive of positive sum outcomes. Life in itself is a positive sum outcome. We came like 4 billion years ago as a single cellular organism, much later multicellular organism, and nature itself has evolved into very diverse sets of players in the ecosystem: animals, plants, humans. And I think the same is about the economy. So I think there are possible opportunities for that growth through synergies working together. Again, the synergy is the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. A nice little analogy I like to use, like if you want to burn an incense stick at home, I light a match, it just seems to die. I light another match, it dies. But if you take a match and I take another match and put it together, the flame is bigger than the two flames put together. So that's just a nice way of thinking of things working together in synergies where you actually have more than the sums of the whole. So, I mean, opportunities for abundance exist. I mean, in terms of technological change, I mean, solar energy, we could theoretically have an abundance of energy, nuclear fusion. There's this idea of terra preta in the rainforest in Brazil, for example, the Amazon rainforest. They had agroforestry where people had civilizations where they were able to self-sustain themselves by planting all the plants that they need for life in a sustainable way without taking away from the existing stock of resources. So that's also, I think, a positive for mankind, for example. I think in uncertain times, because this is about uncertain times, building resilience is important. I think optimizing and being efficient, everyone says be optimized, but that works in static environments. But in dynamic environments, a bit of slack built into the system could help with building resilience. There's a paper by Peter Allen, was quite an old paper, 1994, and he talks about how diversity breeds, or evolution brings diversity, diversity breeds complexity, and this complexity can then build resilience because you've got multiple actors to absorb shocks, for example. And so this creates what I term a diversity, complexity, resilience virtuous cycle, because then the resilience itself can create more diversity on top of that, and it self-perpetuates itself going forward. Looking at relationships and interdependencies, yeah, just interdependencies are a feature, as mentioned before, of the marketplace. I mean, you need to access clients, you have to go through distribution channels, for example. And I mean, you look at aspects of biological relationships, mutualism, commensalism, and parasitism. But I mean, like, you see it in digital markets, for example. If you have a case where original content providers are getting referral traffic from search or digital platforms, and both are benefiting, that's a mutualistic outcome. But where you have AI summaries, for example, and it takes away traffic from news media, and news media are really hurting, that's almost a little bit more parasitic in its nature, because it's the host is benefiting, and obviously the host is hurting, and the platform is benefiting. So just a way of conceptualizing relationships. So yeah, we need to allow for, I mean, in the evolutionary space, we do allow for competition, error making. So making mistakes is okay, as long as we learn from them. And eventually we're moving into a space of complementarity and cooperation. Other aspects of evolutionary thought is encouraging local freedoms, minimize red tape, people free to create as they wish, and yeah, just creative destruction. So death and rebirth is features of evolutionary markets. So that's just part of the process. Just in digital markets, I'm not going to go too deep into this, but I mean, you just see normally you have two-sided markets. There's positive feedback loops that creates these network effects. And so you typically see this bifurcation of a market where you have 2 or 3 digital platforms where problems with tipping and winner takes most seems to be the outcome. Whether for the good or the bad, that's up to you to decide. But yeah, that's how a lot of the digital markets have evolved over time. But they also, in themselves, the markets have an ecosystem below that of companies that are really dependent on the platform to reach consumers. So they can shape these markets. And yeah, and in ways also allow for new kinds of business and forms of earning money to come through, like content generation. It wasn't a thing like 10, 15 years ago. I mean, being a content generator, for example. So it does have some opportunities that do come with these digital platforms. Yeah, just one other thing to think about also in the merger space is like killer acquisitions. Just a question, like, we don't know what the world would have liked. The counterfactual thought is, what would the world look like if Facebook did not buy Instagram or WhatsApp? Would they have evolved into their own social media networks. How would that look like? How would that play out? So those are just very interesting thoughts, and it requires a bit of imagination. But so does science. I mean, Albert Einstein required a bit of imagination too when he conceived of black holes, for example. So I'm just saying, imagination is not necessarily a bad thing. So evolutionary thought in AI, I mean, there's an AI race that's happening. It's undoubtable. I mean, I don't know how this is going to turn out. I don't know what it's going to look like. It looks like, from this point of view, as one evolves into possibility space, because this is how these things are evolving, that there are going to be a few large players, but there is scope for diversity in artificial intelligence. And I think while we have these big players that we know, the ChatGPTs, Meta AIs, Anthropics, Grok, Copilot, DeepSeek, nation states can invest in their own sovereign AI and develop their own AI applications. And I mean, South Africa, we also have we're developing an indigenous large language model called the LAPA, for example. So there is scope for developing our own sort of diverse set of AI tools and skills. So the thing about AI is it can be an autonomous actor. It can actually have agency and make decisions. That's kind of scary. It can make decisions by itself. So this can be setting prices, displaying results, personalizing content, and optimizing supply chains. So humans can set the objective function, maximize profits, which would mean maximize ads, maximize attention and engagement in these platforms. And this AI will do that. So the thing about AI is also it can reinforce behavior. And the crazy thing is it can create new sets of preferences. So preferences you don't even think you had before, you can actually have those as preferences. So that's just the nature of how consumers engage with products, for example, how that changes. And the crazy thing is AI itself can evolve autonomously. The parameters and the objective functions that are set in AI can in itself evolve. Google, for example, Google DeepMind's Alpha Evolve, the actual code bases and the algorithmics, the code bases and the actual algorithms in itself, on its own accord, evolves as well. So that's quite a scary thought that it can, without human involvement, the AI can evolve itself. So yeah, I mean, other issues is the potential for algorithmic collusion and how AIs can tacitly collude without human intervention. There was a paper by Calvano that did Q-learning and found that prices were super competitive after AI evolved. And yeah, potential of AGI by 2030. Just the last few thoughts on competition policy. I mean, we need adaptable enforcement for fast changing world. Market inquiries have been a useful tool. It's forward-looking and it helps navigate the complexities. Elevating the dynamic aspect of enforcement is important. We are going in possibility, that's the truth, is we are going into uncertain worlds. So dynamic assessments is important when looking at digital markets. And yeah, also just with legal thought to be more open about uncertainty and probabilistic thinking going forward is another idea. And fostering diversity, resilience, and inclusion. I mean, examples for that would be, I mean, you could use data portability, interoperability, just regulating AI through having more transparency and accountability, and maintaining open standards and open APIs, for example. Just one last thought, just an idea. I mean, we could also look for opportunities in our industrial policy or competition policies for, positive outcomes where, it doesn't have to be a zero-sum game. And that's something I would advocate being mindful of when you do assessments in competition policy and industrial policy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Donovan, for taking us through that journey. It was quite thought-provoking. I will just ask Shaista to please share your insights on the paper.
Thank you, Donovan. I really enjoyed this paper. It was actually a really fun read, very creative and different. I mean, I think it's true, you know, there's an evolution, and I think the main take-home point is that we've got to be flexible about it and not try to look at things in a static perspective. I mean, in the paper, you mentioned that the current approach to competition policy is largely based on a static equilibrium-based model, and maybe less equipped to assess a rapidly changing economic landscape. But I think my one thing would be that I think currently we are able to assess a sort of changing landscape, because I think in many ways South Africa and the global South in their approach to competition analysis and competition policy has been one that's taken a slightly different approach and has moved away from the kind of neoclassical assumption of markets that work. So I think I agree with what you're saying, but I do think that we have the tools, and the aim is just to make sure that we're flexible, that we're dynamic, that we're keeping on top of things. I mean, you talk about fostering diversity, and I think the sort of public interest aspects and the lens that we use is quite essential to making sure that there's diversity in who provides things and how we look at things. So yeah, so I don't have many comments to give you. This is outside of my realm of understanding in many ways. But I would like to say that I do go on game drives and speak to the game rangers sometimes. And I know that although you leave nature to operate on its own, there's some things that they do. They have controlled fires sometimes to make sure the right vegetation pops up and the sort of wrong ones don't take over. Occasionally, they might need to cull certain animals. They need to take out the sick ones. So I think in your role as the competition commission, that's kind of your role. You're the game ranger for this evolving environment. So yeah, good luck with that.
Thank you so much for your insights. I just like how we have like a good balance of things, how we have the one speaker just speculating on regulation, and then we have Donovan that's just showing us the current developments and how we can approach it and the thinking we should adopt when looking into these things. And we're going to move on to Jonathan Dube, who will be joining us online. He will present his paper on competition law and policy readiness for artificial intelligence. Just once again, his paper examines the shortcomings of existing legal frameworks and suggests new approaches and policy directions to help protect competition in the AI era. Mr. Dube, please, you have 15 minutes. Just to remind presenters to please stick to the 15 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to that side. It's also afternoon this side in Zimbabwe. I'm sure you can clearly hear me from this end. And thank you for the colleagues that have already presented. I only have got 15 minutes, so I'm just going to go straight into my issue here, where I'm talking about the readiness of competition law and policy in terms of the artificial intelligence era. So most of the issues have been covered in terms of the introduction, in terms of what IA is. But what we are looking at is how are we going to navigate this algorithmic frontier. So the rise of AI, which is often referred to as the fourth industrial revolution, is bringing its own challenges and opportunities, as the previous speaker has already said. What is it talking about? This technological shift. We are going to have our mindset as competition authorities to say we're no longer looking at the brick and mortar issues anymore, but we are looking more on what is being provided by this new frontier or new technology that has come on board. So in terms of the introduction, I will not dwell much on it. It is pretty. This paper will look at as an argument from the argument point of view, the impact of competitive markets, basically how it is going to be affected by the new phenomenon of artificial intelligence. So we are talking of new forms of collision, new types of dominance, and we're also talking of the challenges that is going to bring in terms of major controls as we are moving through the motions in terms of artificial intelligence. We're also looking at the critical question that I want to talk about is to say, do we have laws which are largely designed to deal with this fact, which are largely going to deal with these issues where there is less and less human intervention as we move towards if you look at what is happening in the market now, cars that do not have drivers, robots bringing in deliveries and so forth. So any organization that then going to be dealing with those matters, how do we as competition authorities, or how does our competition law and policy really deal with such decisive issues that are critical in as far as markets are going to be managed? So this is the critical question: that are our laws ready for such largely designed instruments that have got less and less human intervention, which is artificial intelligence? So the dual nature of AI on its own presents opportunities, and at the same time, it presents opportunities. So what we need to do is, do we understand both the opportunities and the risk that is going to bring about? So on one hand, it can be powerful force for good driving, efficient marketing, and innovation. But on the other hand, it can be a tool for anti-competitive behavior, which the job to ensure that we harness the positive aspects, while at the same time as competition authorities, while we are harnessing the positive aspects of AI, are we also possibly on the other side being able to mitigate the negative impacts that it's going to produce and bring? AI on the pro-competitive side of it, it is increased efficiency and innovation. My previous colleague has mentioned these things, that AI algorithms are going to be more, they're going to have, we are likely to have more efficient productive cycles, the logistics side of issues, the pricing issues, and also this can lead into lower costs and improved products. That's one is given and is very pro-competitive. It is also going to bring about reduced information asymmetry, access to information. Anyone else can now be able to access information wherever they are, wherever they are seated. That's that way, as we are presenting, I'm sitting somewhere else in Zimbabwe, in the central province of Zimbabwe, but we are able to share this information without any interactions and disturbances. So information is going to be readily available to everyone. Then it can also lower barriers to entry. This is where we are going to have seamless borders, where we are going to have the brick and mortar borders are going to be cut across, because AI is there. You are able to access certain areas that you were not previously able to access, but its relevance or its coming on board is then going to lower those barriers to entry, which were usually to be some of these barriers to entry used to be very physical barriers. One cannot access a certain market because of their proximity or their location. But with the coming in of AI, it's going to be that, and bring that, lowering those particular barriers to entry. But on the other side, which is the lob side of AI, the main concern here is AI algorithm can learn to coordinate markets behavior without explicit human communication. And this is where the biggest challenge is now going to be faced by competition authorities. What are the challenges? The blurs lines between unlawful collusion and lawful parallel market conduct. And it makes detection and proof exceptionally difficult. Why? Because it's machine generated. The human intervention is limited to some extent, but even though we are saying input is going to be coming from the human beings, but at some point, these algorithms are going to coordinate outside human intervention. And it also brings the issue where we say the hub and spoke risk, where things are concentrated on one particular hub and the risk is being spread from this center of the events. So competitors using the same AI service and provider can tacitly coordinate pricing. So we are saying there could be one producer or one center where everyone else is coordinated to, and the effects then can be multiple in terms of those that are connected to this particular source of AI. Other risk is market power and dominance, data as a new asset. We now have got, we used to talk about land, labor, as well as capital as the main factors of production. But now we also have to ride on data, and we cannot take away data as one of the factors of production. It is now a new asset whereby each and every entity is now basing on to say, how do we go, how do we become competitive? The use of data, availability of data. So it thrives on data, creating an advantage that acts as a significant barrier to entry to those that do not have access to that particular data. And also the other effects are the network effects. AI-powered services often lead to winner-take-all markets and killer acquisitions. Large firms can acquire nascent AI status, then they eliminate future rivals, stifling innovation. What are the limitations on our traditional frameworks? Proof of collision. This traditional law requires an agreement, which is now hard to really point out when you are looking at the effect of AI. Defining relevant markets, accessing market power, then measure control, and information asymmetry. We also mentioned about it as a plus to say access to information, but it can also be a hindrance. Then what are the responses that we are expecting from the policy? If you look at AU, they already have got what they call ex-ante regulation, then export enforcement, and new theories of farm, increased technical expertise, and international cooperation. At this point in time, it is the time where we need international cooperation more than any other given time, because these coordinated effects, these use of the hub and spoke risk can now spread more beyond what it used to be, because there was no access to information to everyone. So as competition authorities, this is one of the key issues that we need to look at. The EU, a model which is put up there, everyone else can have access to it and read how it is working towards ensuring that there's regulation in terms of use of AI. I'll leave it there. Then we also look at the global enforcement trends, the new theories of harm. I've spoken about these ones. Increased scrutiny. How are we going to deal with the killer acquisitions? How do we review them? Then the main focus now for competition authorities, to me, should much dwell on the focus on data. Remedies should now include mandatory access and interoperability to address data dominance. Then, as a conclusion, the profound test for the competition law authorities is AI offers significant benefits but poses substantial risks. Our existing frameworks are strange and require adaptation. So our AI is not just another technology. It's a fundamental challenge to the principles of fair competition. While its benefits are immense, the risk of collusion, market concentration, and new forms of dominance are equally significant. So our existing frameworks for competition law in practice are under strain and relying solely on the current positions, but the success will be enough. What must be a dynamic and very adaptive competition law enforcement agents to deal with this new thing on the market. Here are the few recommendations that I can give to colleagues and also to other competition authorities. We want to develop AI-specific guidelines, also invest in technology and technical capacity. Our staff, our colleagues, those stakeholders of us, when we deal with in terms of competition law, are they technically sound in terms of what AI is providing and giving? We also want to rethink what we call an agreement. We want legal experts to look at these issues. How do we combine the legal knowledge that we have, economics knowledge that we have, accounting knowledge that we have, in terms of defining the agreements, then address the issue of data dominance and enhance international cooperation, which I said it is now of paramount importance that regional cooperations, continental cooperations are supposed to internationally cooperate in terms of dealing with this matter. Then we promote transparency. I would say in brief, that's what the issues around competition policy and artificial intelligence I present for the House for their deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dube, for presenting your paper. I'll ask Shaista once again to please share her thoughts on this paper.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Dube. Your paper, I think, captured a wide range of very, very interesting insights and points, and I think you brought it out very succinctly. I think the one that I find hardest to try to think around is algorithmic collusion and the proof of intent. And I think that's going to be a challenge going forward, because I think you can sort of change the definition of an agreement and things, but trying to prove some intent is going to be challenging, and trying to sort of prevent companies from utilizing this technology, I think that's a discussion that's going to need to be ongoing. I agree with what you've said about the different aspects of it, but one thing I just wanted to add on is, we talk about the competitive blockages that might occur and the importance of data, and you've talked about interoperability and different aspects of that. But I think the other thing to keep in mind is just to try to think about some of the adjacent industries and products that are required. So, for example, if we think about the role of cloud companies and the data that they hold, sort of commercial cloud companies, and that's something to start thinking about, and the linkages between these companies. So if you look at Microsoft going into agreements with OpenAI and Microsoft having access to a lot of sort of underlying cloud services, what does this mean? And then going forward in terms of your privacy and your sort of POPIA Act, if other people want to access that for their machine learning systems, I mean, I know I wouldn't really necessarily be comfortable with my personal files being made open access. So I think there are a lot of interlinkages between different forms of regulation that are going to be quite tricky to try to understand from an interoperability perspective. But also, I think to think a little bit about the different parts of the tech ecosystem that link to it. So, for example, in another industry, which is digital financial services, one of the aspects that have come up is the link between devices and app stores and services. So, for example, in India, they recently fined Google because they had a link between payment systems and the Google payment processor. So, you're sort of going and tapping your card. I think there was an Apple case as well with this. So you tap your card, but then the payment processor at the back, they were preventing other payment processors from competing. So there's sort of some of these back-end issues. What's sort of showing up on your phone at a later point as the sort of the AI app that is automatically there, similar to your sort of browsers earlier. I think there's going to be a lot of adjacencies that authorities are going to need to understand and unpack as we go forward. And it's likely that a lot of these dominance issues are going to have to be stamped out very, very quickly as you go along, repeatedly in lots of different areas, just because of the way lots of these different complex markets are interlinked. But also to remember that on the back end, there's a lot of stuff that you need to think about and consider as well. Otherwise, what you can sometimes do is just shift the level of dominance. You sort of sort out payment systems, but payment processing is still dominant. So just to make sure that you're looking at the sort of wholesale and back end as well as the sort of retail and the front end. So that's just something to maybe think about as an area that I think maybe just like one area that your paper can expand upon a little bit. But thank you very much for that very, very insightful paper. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you again, Mr. Dube, for your presentation. The next two papers will be presented virtually, so I will keep my seat here. And we are going to ask Ms. Bina Saraswati to present her paper. Once again, she is an assistant professor at the Institute for Studies in Industrial Development in New Delhi, and will be presenting her paper titled The Digital Market Competition with Multi-Sided Markets, a Case of Indian E-Commerce.
First of all, thank you, Competition Commission of South Africa, as well as all the team, the entire team behind this conference for this opportunity. To start with my presentation, is it audible? Can anybody confirm, please? Am I audible? Okay. So my presentation is about the digital market competition with multi-sided market, and initially I was planning it as a case study of e-commerce sector. Even if the firm reduces the price, it can sustain through the revenue generated from the other side of the market. So these kind of issues make complications in the competition assessment, and it also create high entry barriers to the new players in the market, and with high network effects and high price, and it is also possible that with high network effects, the prices can be charged high. For the advertisement, prices can also be go high. Like for example, the multi-sided market. For I'm sure that the audience will be knowing all these things, but if anybody doesn't know, It is basically, if we take the case of a newspaper, for example, see, normally the traditionally the prices will be decided based on the cost incurred for printing the newspaper and the cost involved in bringing out the news, or including the labor charges, the journalist charges, all these things, the printing charges, etc. But so the price will be decided based on the cost involved. But here in the multi-sided market, we have to also consider the fact that the company can generate income through advertisement placed in the newspaper. So as and when the number of readers increases, the revenue generation through advertisement channel will also increase. So in that case, it is possible that the company can, the newspaper agency can even charge zero price or less price for the newspaper, so that it can increase the number of readers, and it can be charged from the advertiser. So that way it can compensate. So this basically kind of subsidization can work. So these are some of the things. And then this can also lead to a sale at a loss. For example, competition concern can be related to the sale at a loss, that eco firms are able to sell at a loss or certain product segment due to the existence of network effects and big data, and hence the level playing field is disrupted completely, because if some firm wants to if with the presence of the multi-sided market, they can charge very less for the other side of the market, and so that it can drive out the other producers from the other side of the market. So that kind of possibility is a major competition concern. And as I said, it is completely, the pricing is completely different as compared to the traditional market. However, the online markets are multi-sided, and thereby the revenue generation is also through multiple channels and offer. And these online platform can also make various offers and discounts that that the offline market cannot afford to do. So those kind of things are brought in by the multi-sided market. And another point is regarding the suppose if a newspaper in the as I said the previous example, if the newspaper is not generating any revenue from the newspaper selling, and so that doesn't mean that the firm is not operating in the newspaper market. It is because the firm can charge zero prices for the newspaper, but they can compensate from the advertiser for that. So these kind of things, so even if the revenue or market share generated is zero, that doesn't mean that there is no competition concern there. So we have to assess even the zero price product. So coming to the competition issues in the e-commerce market, or when the online platforms are involved, it is basically three types. One is the competition with the other competition issues with the other online platforms, like when the consumer consumes certain any item, they also check with the compare with the prices existing in other online platforms. Okay, and second is the competition with the offline market. So offline market can be big organized supermarket, hypermarket kind of things, or it can be even the unorganized sellers. So that is a big concern in the developing countries, especially like in India, for example. Like see, these online markets are able to sell products at a less price, as I said earlier, because of the multi-sided market, etc. But that cannot be afforded by the or unorganized sector sellers. So that is why the level playing field is again affected. Now, the third aspect is the competition within online platforms. This involves the seller competition reflected in different prices for the same product. And this is basically the competition among the sellers within the platform registered. And here, one major competition issue raising is that the platform can bring a lot of competition, anti-competitive practices. They can engage in a lot of anti-competitive practices to make their own products preferred in their own platform. Like for example, in the case of India, Amazon earlier, Cloudtail was their JV, and earlier whenever we search in Amazon for any product, the first product which we'll get was from Cloudtail. So now Commission has taken action, so that I will come to that later. But these kind of anti-competitive practices, the online platform can take up, like pop-up advertisement, preferred product, restricting entry of other products, producer, seller, or brand, or either hiking commission rate applicable for registering with online platform, and so that they can restrict the entry of some sellers, algorithmic predatory pricing. All these are different type of practices adopted by these firms. And now this is the area where we need
area
to
where we
regulate
need to regulate
regulate the operation
regulate
of
the
these
operation of
platforms,
these
and there are
platforms, and
different
there are
regulation,
different
multiple
various
regulations
multiple
existing,
regulations
and
existing,
I'm not
and
getting
I'm
into the
not getting
details
into
of
the
it
details
because
of
I
it
have only
because I
15
have only
minutes.
15 minutes.
So
So this is basically
basically we need to
basically we need
ensure
to
that the
ensure
firms are
that
not
the firms are not
discriminating.
discriminating the other sellers in the platform, and also the consumer should get at a fair price. It should be available. So that is the main thing. So now with this background, my objective in this study is to understand the market concentration existing in major online platform segments in India, and how strong is the multi-sided markets. And I have also found some related parties transactions, so that will also try to explain. I'm skipping data, etc. Because actually data, there is no direct database on multi-sided markets. So what I have done is I have collected through the annual reports of companies for several years. So that is what I have done. Now, digital market profile again, and I'm skipping to save time. So basically, the point I want to say is that the e-com or marketplace is actually growing. So you can see this. This is uh, the first figure shows the online marketplace, the growth of revenue in the online marketplace and the taxi aggregators. The first one shows it is very clear that the online marketplace revenue generation is much higher, but the taxi aggregators, it is not much increasing. And the second figure shows the income generated, who is actually creating the income, or who is accounting for the income generated. Yeah, this is basically size wise classification I have adopted, and this is very clearly, you can see the red lines. The red lines shows the mega firms in online market, and the dotted line is the online market, and the other line is the taxi aggregator. So see, around 90 percentage of the revenue generated in that segment is contributed by the, or is from the mega firms operating in that market, and all other firms share, we can see it's very clearly, it's very less. And now market share in the e-commerce sector, this shows the market share in the e-commerce sector basically. So I have calculated both C4 and C2. That is, C2 is for the two firms, top two firms concentration. So both, the good thing is that the concentration level is coming down. But still, if you take the case of even two firms, we can see it's the market share is very high, 67% now also, 2024 also. 67. C4 ratio is coming around 77%. That's a very high level. And within that, the who is actually contributing the market share? This is basically only two firms in the e-commerce. Basically, one is Amazon, and sorry, the top is Flipkart, and second is Amazon. These two are the top firms which are contributing a higher market share. And that to Amazon, we can see that after 2022, there is a decline. This is basically because of the cloud tail withdrawn from the B2C market. So I will, if you have questions, I will take it later, because I don't have time, so that is why I'm going quickly. And so now we'll go to the taxi aggregator. So this is basically the same thing we can even see here. The C4 as well as C2 we can see, and here it is almost 100% is owned by the top four firms in the market. So C2, if you take, there's not much difference from the
C4 levels. So that basically means that the top two firms are actually controlling the entire market. It's basically the Ola, and Ola is was having higher market share earlier, and which is coming down. On the other hand, now Uber is taking control of the market. So that is what we can see, and one Uber alone is having 54% market share. And this is the case for payment gateways. And here also what we can see is that the concentration levels are not low. It is around 86-87 percentage is controlled by top four firms. And if we take the C2, it is around 63%. It is not a very small level. And within this 197, that is a Paytm is having a very high share. One firm if we take. So there are, the good thing in all these market is that there are firms which smaller firms which are increasing, though it is a very less market share, they are trying to catch market. So that is a good thing about all these market. Now the second part is the multi-sidedness. That is basically how I'm trying to capture is basically I'm taking the revenue and I'm decomposing revenue into different from through that I'm trying to understand from where the company is generating revenue. So is it from the main product for which the company is intended to produce, or is it through other channels? So the other channels are basically the multi-sided markets. So this is the case of, so these I'm restricting to the top firms which identified from the earlier market share analysis. So this is the Amazon seller service. This is from the e-commerce, and here we can see that the marketplace is the main service they are intended to. That is only 63% of their revenue actually coming from marketplace service, and all other revenue is coming through other channels, which includes advertisement and marketing support. We can see this. So, so other channels is coming around 33%, basically marketing and advertisement support. That is a very high share to any firm concerned. So that means that they can use that revenue for cross-subsidizing in the product market. And this is shown in a figure. It's the same thing. We can see the lines, these two
Bina,
lines. Okay,
may I please
quickly.
ask you to please wrap it up within the next minute or two?
Yeah, I will do it. So, okay, then second is the Flipkart. Also, I have done Flipkart. Also, we can see the advertisement channel is so much, actually 27%, and marketing is 6. So around 33% is coming through other channels. And this is a very important case of Google India. Google India, we can see actually IT enabled services coming only 39%, and rest of the revenue actually 48% is coming through advertisement. So that's a very high revenue share. And the same thing I have seen with Zomato is basically around 57% is marked for 2016. But actually they are now they are clubbing advertisement along with the other main service. So we can't get the data on it actually. So that basically the point which I want to say is that the multi-sidedness in this market is very high. And the next is basically this is regarding the self-preferencing actually. So that basically the no firm is supposed to give preference to their own products. But if you see the revenue generation of Amazon seller service, we can see that is basically around 33% of their marketing revenue was coming from one particular customer for the marketing, and similarly one marketplace, it was around 16 was coming from one customer. Basically around 2016 around 49% from two customers, and that reduced to 18% in 2019. But still it shows that their own product, or there are customers which are main customers to them. And also like another part is that part we have found is the related party services. Basically the marketing, as I'm giving only the total, so that time, so 50% of their total revenue is coming through in 2015-16 was coming through related party transactions. Okay, so means that the self-preferencing will be automatically coming there. But the good thing is that it is coming down in 2023-24. It has come down to 17.6%. So this is basically to show that their own products can be promoted in their platform. So the point which I am saying through this study is that the multi-sidedness existing the in one thing is that the market share is very high for these kind of digital platforms, and it is mainly the two firms or three firms are actually contributing to it. And secondly, the multi-sidedness is very high, which enable them to cross subsidize other products, and thereby the other these products can compete and drive out other suppliers from the market, and they can capture the market. And third, they are also having evidence that the related party transactions are very high in this. Some, at least for some cases, I could identify. But this we have to do for other firms as well. And the one major limitation is the data, because there is no direct data, and we have to go by firm, and that too every year we have to see like that. And so data reporting should be also changed in future according to these kind of issues should come out in the reporting. Actually, now this is not required as per the current requirement, but I think in future we have to go for that. Thank you, and sorry for time taken, more time taken.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pina, for that rich and extensive research. I'd like to hand over to Mr. Chirofajo Radinku just to share his insights on your paper.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. You can't. Thank you, Prof. Pina, for the fascinating and insightful research. And I think one thing I've realized is that some of the competition issues in these digital platforms that are multi-sided that the Indian authorities are grappling with are similar to sort of the very same issues that we have in the past tried to deal with. I won't go into details, on some of the aspects of your research, which I think are very much well and thoroughly detailed in your report in terms of the conduct, in terms of platform competition, what kind of conduct and practices can lead to competition issues. I would like to only focus on two because I can't go through each and every one of them. The first one, I think it is the issue of the loss-making period by this multi-sided platform in the e-commerce space, but I think we also see it also in other areas like in food delivery and others. So for me, I think indeed the paper, I think it touches on the complexities of this, particularly the fact that the incumbent can, on the one side of the market, offer discount to customers and perhaps generate a loss on that side of the market, but also you can always recover those losses or generate a profit on the seller side of the market that are listing on the platform. Obviously, you can generate that profit, as Prof. Bina noted in the report, through multiple channels, either be it through high commission fee, the selling of ad space, and all those others. And there is, and I think the paper notes that this kind of behavior in some instances, it can lead to a situation whereby the incumbent ultimately sell their product at a loss to drive out new entrant or to gain market control. If you look at it from the other side, though, I think we need to look closer, for me at least, into this phenomenon of loss-making by digital platforms, in spaces such as e-commerce, because platforms, they will argue that this loss-making is necessary as they are attempting to convince customers to use the platform or to embrace the new technology. They can also argue that at the initial stage of us introducing a platform into the market, we need to convince customers to move, obviously, from the traditional offline into this new platform market space. So the argument is that we are trying to perhaps incentivize customers to move. But I guess the question now is for a country like India and perhaps like South Africa as well, whereby SMEs and startups are very important. How should we look at it? Because you can always argue that, well,
this kind of strategy, if you look at it closer, it will basically mean that in the platform economy, only those with deep pockets will be successful. Only those that can sort of get funding will be the one that are basically winning this space of the platform space. So now the question is, how do we then look at the strategy? Because of as well, platform, they will also say that, well, we need the strategy, but what if they sustain the strategy for 5 years or for a longer period of time? So I guess my suggestion was that when we are looking at this kind of a strategy or this complexity of loss making, perhaps there should be research and we should consider more closely and get guidance in terms of at what stage does pricing below cost become problematic in this platform economy. Obviously, there's the question of which measure of cost do we consider to be that problematic. Do we accept the argument that at the initial stage where a platform comes into the market or a country, it is necessary for that platform to generate a loss, for them to push aggressively to acquire customers? If we accept that is the case, do we also accept as developing nations where SMEs are critical that SMEs then will be a collateral damage? You will not have any SMEs that will be able to participate successfully in that space. And I guess the second aspect, I don't think I'll be able to talk about discrimination here. The second aspect for me, it is the technical assessment. I think for me, it is always the question of the research into how do you then assess this loss-making strategy in multi-sided markets. Do you look at the consumer side pricing in isolation with the business or the seller side, or do you then look at it as a one business? So I think there should be a research for me in terms of when we are saying that this below cost or this below cost pricing is a problem, in which side of the market are we looking at? Or are we looking at the market as one? I think I'll just maybe say, on the issue of discrimination, I was happy to see that the draft e-commerce policy regulations, they talk to the issue of do not discriminate. But I guess what I needed more understanding on was that, is it sort of do not discriminate, or are they allowing, these platforms to sort of justify or bring some sort of justification defense to say that do not, you can discriminate subject to cost differentials and all of that? Because for me, though, but I think that in an economy where, like in India, it seems as if Amazon and the other one, they have a lot of SMEs that are listed there. So that in itself, for me, brings into question it sort of suggests that there is sort of the ability and the incentive for the platform to basically discriminate or enter into a behavior that might, discriminate the SMEs, particularly to the extent that they are relying heavily on that platform to reach broader consumers and all of that. But my comment there was going to be, I'm happy that, there is this, sort of suggestion that that discrimination will not be allowed. But in a platform economy, sometimes it goes beyond discrimination, because the smaller platforms that are also listed there, they are competing with the larger sellers who's also listing there. And the issue of ranking becomes critical, paid ranking. So are there regulations that will deal with the issues of also how does it rank? Or is it paid ranking? If it's paid ranking, then it means that the smaller guys that do not have the fund, they will never, ever, ever basically get visibility and prominence. And they are over and above paid ranking. There's the issue of you are paying for you to get enhanced images and all of that. So I guess to cut a long story short is that it shouldn't only be discrimination per se, but you must also look at other conduct that these platforms can use that will relegate SMEs and only favor, the bigger sellers on the platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Radinku, for sharing your thoughts on that. And I do not know if Ms. Bena has responses to some of the questions you have posed, but we will certainly give her an opportunity to respond to some of them towards the end of the session during our Q&A session. Before we get to that, I'd like us to accommodate our last speakers for the day, for the morning, which is Ms. Vela Ketuho Kigwiru and Dr. Zlatina Georgieva. They will be presenting their paper on the goals of the AFC, FTA competition protocol, digital market competition regulations. Ms. Kikwiru is a research fellow at the Chair for International Relations at the Munich School of Politics and Public Policy, and Dr. Zlatina Georgieva is an assistant professor in competition, regulation, and governance at the Law School of Utrecht University. I hope I pronounced that well. If you could please present your paper.
Okay, thank you so much for the brief. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
We can hear you.
Okay, super. So I'm Vela, and I'm going to present on behalf of my colleague. She's not here with me today. And after all the presentations we've done, this paper sits to look at the future. And, sorry. So with issues relating to competition in digital markets, many countries are thinking of ways of how to address these challenges. And one of the ways in which some countries have done is to adopt the digital markets competition regulations that are very specific to the digital market ecosystem. And this kind of the DMSR are ex ante. So the EU is like the first country to adopt the Digital Markets Act as a digital market competition regulation with the key goal of ensuring fairness and contestability by focusing on designated digital gatekeepers. What constitutes designated digital gatekeepers is well provided under Article 3 of the DMA. We've seen the UK and Japan also follow suit, but not all countries are following this approach. Other countries are amending their competition laws to include specific provisions that focus on digital markets like China and Germany. And therefore, the question that follows is which way for Africa? What is Africa doing in relation to digital market regulation? Has Africa adopted a digital market competition regulation? So far, at the national level and also at the regional level, no country has adopted a digital market competition regulation, but we observed some countries like Malawi, Kenya, and COMESA, the regional competition authority, amending the competition regulations to provide provisions that will focus on abuse of dominance in digital market ecosystem, and also providing an opportunity for the competition agencies to deal with digital mergers. We also have countries that have conducted market inquiries like South Africa and Kenya, and so far we also have our competition agencies already investigating competition issues within the digital market landscape. However, at the continental level, the FCFTA Competition Protocol has required the Council of Ministers to adopt regulations that will designate gatekeepers and co-platform services and implement the entire Article 11, which provides for prohibition of abuse of economic dependence with digital by designated digital gatekeepers, and also provides for prohibited conduct that these gatekeepers should not engage in, including self-preferencing, the inclusion of price parity clauses, ensuring that this platform do not combine user data, neither do they use business data without permission, and also the issue of ensuring that SMEs are not subjected to differentiated prices and treatment. So for the first time, I think with the few meetings that the FCFT Secretariat has held, they have adopted the other regulations to ensure the operation of the FCFTA protocol, but they indicated that they will draft regulation in regard to Article 11.5 after they have undertaken a market study. So this paper seeks to contribute to this discussion on what should be the goals of the FCFTA-DMSR. Why are goals very important? Goals are important because they identify the prohibited conduct, the increased compliance from business firms, from the digital platforms, and they really speak to what the problem that regulations seek to achieve. So it's very important to be very specific with the goals of digital market regulations. So we are pushing an argument, and it has been considered and argued that the DMA is going to provide a model for competition agencies worldwide, but we observed countries like Korea and India who had drafted DMCR letter coming up and saying, no, we are not going to use this approach. And therefore, the approach of whether to intervene with a separate digital market regulation or to use a competition regulation to regulate digital markets becomes very crucial. So in this paper, we provide an argument and on two lens. And the first argument is that if the FCFTA or African countries are going to have a digital market regulations, first they have to look internally. And they have to look at first the goals of competition law, which is a very contestable topic of what is the appropriate goals of competition law in Africa. And second, they have to look at national experiences, competition agencies' national experiences in digital market regulation. We've had the case of the Nigerian Federal Competition Commission finding Meta for abusing its WhatsApp privacy policy through excessive data collection from Nigerian users without a valid consent from the users. Of course, we have a lot of cases that the South African Competition Commission has dealt with, also the Kenyan Competition Authority. And also the African market structure, as my last colleague has talked, has very unique characteristics. For instance, we have African tech startups that are trying to enter the market, and most of the big tech companies are dominating the intermediary market. And you find that these African tech startups, in addition to capital to invest, capital that is required for customer acquisition, access to data within this platform, they also have economic dependence on these kind of intermediaries. And finally is to look at the power bargains, because we have a lot of power imbalances within this digital market. But then we cannot run from the reality that the digital regulatory challenges we are addressing are very similar to what other countries are addressing. And because they have already dealt with these issues, they have set the jurisprudence, they have indicated what really pertains, self-preferences, parity clauses when it comes to booking.com, then we will also learn from international experiences, especially in the EU, US, and China. So that is the key argument. So far, after analysis of all the digital market regulations, we identified three categories when it pertains to goals. The first one relates to the goal of ensuring that the goals of the DCMR are very distinct and very different from the competition legislation, but they complement each other. This is the approach that the DMA is following, but yet in practice, having this distinction is really not clear. So the second category is whereby we combine these DMSR goals, although they apply to designated gatekeepers, which there's a number of issues to determine that this is a designated digital gatekeeper, is we combine the goals of competition law with the goals of the DMSR. So for instance, when it comes to the FCFTA, the mere fact that the inclusion of Article 11 is within the FCFTA simply means that the regulation that will be adopted will be in tandem with the objectives of the FCFTA competition protocol. Another approach which has been adopted by Brazil is whereby there is a digital market competition regulation, but it also includes competition and non-competition goals, an issue that is very prevalent in Africa with the issue of public interest consideration in competition enforcement. So there's a broader mix of goals. So there's goals being distinct and separate from competition law, or goals being integrated in competition legislation, and also mixing other non-competition goals. For instance, when we talk about the FCFTA, the FCFTA is supposed to protect continental integration, the continental market, and also the single digital market under the FCFTA protocol on digital trade. So let's look at the EU experience. So what really informed the goals of competition law within the goals of the DMA? So the goals of the DMA is contestability and fairness. Contestability simply means that there's low entry barriers in the market, so firms within the market are able to enter and also exit at no cost. Fairness, on the other hand, also simply means that we are able to address the power imbalances within these markets. So initially, when you look at the DMA and the FCFTA competition protocol under Article 11, there's a lot of similarities. So in addition to regulating similar challenges, which Google has engaged in, or Meta, Facebook, or WhatsApp, under Meta, is that some of the provisions of Article 11.4 also are identified under the DMA. For example, the issue of data, and also self-preferencing, and the issue of parity clauses. So it simply means the inclusion of Article 11 in the FCFTA was to some extent informed by the DMA. So when you look at what really informed this, you realize that African market, especially from the market inquiries we've seen from South Africa and Kenya, have a lot of entry barriers. And in addition to the infrastructure, which is data, the capital to enter into this market, where there's limited investment in this market in form of ventures. There's also the issue of customer acquisition, because in the digital market ecosystem, customer acquisition models are different. There's issue of ranking, having booths, discounts, high commission fees. There's just a lot that is happening in this kind of market. And therefore, for us, we feel like the goal of contestability and the goal of fairness is very important for the African market ecosystem. So we make the conclusion that these should be some of the goals that the FCFTA competition protocol should consider. But then many people have been, they have criticized the issue of just copy-pasting goals. So there's an understanding that when you look at the African market ecosystem, it's still a growing digital market. So we are having new entrants, and for example, when you look at the e-commerce digital market ecosystem, you find that unlike in the EU, where Amazon is the dominant platform, in Africa we have Jumia, we have Konga, in Kenya we have Kilimall. There's a lot of startups that are coming up and they're doing well in this kind of ecosystem. So there's need, if you look at it, there's need to enhance innovation, although innovation is really linked also to the goal of contestability, but ensuring that Africa is also friendly to foreign investment is also some of the goals that we really consider. So if we were to look at this from the African setup, then we need to find out what is really happening in Africa. In South Africa, online intermediation platform market inquiry really provides an opportunity to look inward and understand the goals, the additional goals that should influence the digital market regulation. So the OIPMI, South Africa focused on key 4 objectives, and they were that to look at conduct that inhibits competition among digital platforms, or even hinder competition among business users or undermine consumer choice, give rise to discriminatory or exploitative treatment of business, and most importantly, negatively affect the effective participation of historically disadvantaged persons and SMEs. And we know, of course, SMEs are critical actors in African market system. So when we look at the CCF findings, if you look at the leading platforms they identify, you realize that some of the big tech companies like Google in the general search or Booking.com in travel and accommodation are already companies that are found in the EU and US, and these companies have also been investigated so far. So that means whichever jurisprudence that has been set in these other countries is likely to inform the goals of the FCFTA DMCR or the goals of any African competition regime. But one thing I found interesting, and which is I like to pay attention, is the fact that we found new leading platforms that are domestic actors. For example, take a lot in e-commerce or Mr. Delivery in food delivery. It simply means that there's a need to look internally and find out exactly how we can promote the participation of this platform within this domestic market, and not just in the domestic market, in the regional and continental market, and also in the global markets, because digital markets, in most cases, they don't face the issue of territorial limitation. So when we looked at the findings of the OIPMI, we realized that contestability still features, and this was really identified as one of the key issues that relates to entry barriers in the form of capital, customer acquisition, data access for the digital platform, which really hindered competition with this market. Fairness, of course, our SMEs are just starting up, and therefore there is imbalance of power between the business users. And for every market, what I liked about this finding is that there was always a section on business user treatment. And from this, you could see how unjustified differentiated treatment is occurring in this market. With the digital platforms, our business users are being imposed high commission fees that are not really justified, and also looking at the issue of whereby when you look at international chains and also domestic businesses, you realize they're not on the same lane. So they are not what you can say, they're not comparable when it comes to competition. So you find that international chains, let's say like in the food delivery sector, where already restaurants like KFC already they have more customers, or they just you realize that people who use this platform, most of them are middle class, they are able to afford to purchase food on KFC or not. So because they bring in volumes, they are given more favorable terms than others. So already there's that issue of fairness. But then from the conclusion that we are not on the same level, and if we have to ensure competition just from what the neo-Brandian in the US like Cleaner can say, then we have to come up with strategies that ensure inclusivity, that enhance participation. And that's why when you look clearly at the remedies that the CCA has come up with in this report, which really reflect the remedies that they provide in the public interest consideration cases in mergers, is that they require these platforms that are intermediaries, like Google, to ensure that the participation of African SMEs is increased. For instance, why would Google search in its SRP put some of the international platforms in the paid search, and also in the, what is it called? We have the paid search, and the word just disappeared. So this is one way of just ensuring that we can have inclusivity and we can have participation of African SMEs. So for the SFT Secretariat, this is a very important goal that should be given all the attention. So it's the organic search results, sorry. So in conclusion, so what should be the FCFTA DMSR goals? So we realize that because the FCFTA DMSR is within the FCFTA competition protocol, which has objectives that are supposed to also enhance the FCFTA agreement, it means that the FCFTA DMSR will look at contestability, it will look at fairness, but it will also fall within the third category of goals of DMSR because it also is supposed to enhance regional integration, digital trade, and also public interest, the participation of the SMEs. And one thing I like about Article 11.4 of the FCFTA is that it's also incorporated the findings of the South African online interpretation platform inquiry. For example, when you look at Article 4H, where it ensures that you don't impose differentiated terms and prices on SMEs, that is a finding that South Africa did. And also the issue of ensuring that they don't combine data from different users. That is exactly what the Nigerian FCPC case against Meta tells us. So that is exactly what we're looking at. So contestability, fairness, innovation, foreign investment, inclusivity, and regional integration are the main goals that we find from this study. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kigwiru. Mr. Radenko, if you could please share your thoughts.
So, again, I don't have so many comments and what you should consider, but I will just try to give my views generally on the second part. And I think it's important to say those are my views, and they do not represent the views of the Commission. I think it's important for me to say that when I give those views. But I think generally what I appreciate about this paper, I think, is the fact that when you were formulating those appropriate goals, you considered, vast scholarly work as well as several competition authorities. So I found it very interesting because it had a good mix of the theoretical and the practical consideration when one formulates, the goals. So in terms of, there was one on innovation, and by the way, I do agree that it should go over and above what the EU DMA does, which the goals largely focuses, as you rightly put it, on contestability and fairness, and the fact that within the context of Africa, there should be an element of inclusivity as well as a goal. And I think we have had speakers throughout the conference who have indicated that the issue of inclusivity in the context of South Africa, at least, is non-negotiable. So I agree with the inclusivity part. On the innovation, when I was reading the paper, and I might have maybe got it wrong, but it seemed to me that it was suggesting innovation within the context of what the big tech will generally argue, which is if you over-regulate, or regulations in themselves, they will dampen innovation that big techs bring into that particular country. So for me, I think I see innovation, and I'm not sure whether the study, that is how it envisages innovation as well. I see innovation also coming from SMEs in the context of South Africa as well as HDPs. So when we are talking about innovation, we also talk about the market being contestable, barriers to entry being low, to allow for startups to basically come into the market and innovate. I think for me, the issue of these killer acquisitions by this big tech also shows that indeed the startup, they do innovate and they can potentially challenge this big tech, and hence they are killed at an earlier stage. So I guess on the issue of the innovation goal, that is what perhaps should be given consideration. If not, the fact that innovation does not only come from big techs, but also it comes from SMEs and potentially HDPs. In terms of how I see Africa regulating the digital market landscape, for me, I think that it shouldn't be a foregone conclusion that we will adopt something that is similar to the EU DMA. I think there should be a study that should inform what kind of, or the nature of regulation that we will adopt as a country. It might be that perhaps, you don't need, the ex ante kind of regulation from the DMA. I'm not sure, but that is my thinking, that perhaps it might be that all you need in Africa is just market inquiries with certain powers, which will basically able you to basically deal with the digital market issues, at least for the next coming years or so. Because, and I think if you're moving to the ex ante kind of regulation, you need to then address some couple of things, at least in my view. And the first one is, which you talked about, it is the issue of inclusivity, obviously. How do you then include the public interest into those kind of regulations? And for me, what is important is, in that regulation, how do you then put it in such a way that even these digital platforms that are gatekeepers, they will make investment commitment? Because through market inquiry, at least, I saw value in us, getting investment commitments from these big tech platforms, in terms of, you must set up a fund for startup fund for the business that will list in our platform. You must give them ad credit and all of that. I'm not sure whether within the context of regulation you can still be able to extract those kind of investment commitment. People call it public interest sort of commitment, but for me, I see them as an investment commitment. I don't see it as a favor from these platforms. And I think the other thing is, if you are then doing the regulation is similar to the DMA, is how do you then capture? Because what we know, at least from our inquiry, was the fact that some of the behavior by some sellers that list on these platforms, it actually reinforces the dominance or the gatekeeper position of the platforms. And what do I mean by that is, if you are doing regulation for platform, you'll not be able to capture that. What we found was that some of the business users, because of, obviously, as a platform or an SMME, for your platform to have value, you will need to have as many sellers on your platform as possible. That is how you create value and you get customers. But it was the sellers themselves who were saying that we will not list on this particular SME platform simply because they do not have the national coverage. So you will see that even the business users themselves, for one reason or the other, they do not seem to be willing. They think that if I list on one or two platforms, I've got the national coverage, so then I'm fine. I do not need to list on SME platforms. So I think we need to then say, and we had conditions amongst that, to try to make it possible for these business users to also list on SME platform, because of that is what gives that SME platform value. But if you're only regulating the platform themselves, how do you then include the conduct that is basically comes from the sellers themselves that might reinforce the market position of these business users? And I guess the last issue was, even if we move along the lines of regulation, similar to the DMA, obviously with added objectives or goals, is how do we, if we accept that we've got some national platforms that are locally or proudly African platforms, and they are currently the gatekeepers, and you will introduce regulations, which obviously business will argue that you are now constraining us somehow. How do we then regulate the fact that an international platform somewhere might come into the South African market at a later stage as a new entrant, and the regulation might not be applicable to them because of their sheer size is just very small. But we know that they've got the funding, they've got the technical expertise to be to be a real challenger. So how do we deal with that in a regulation context? And does it mean that we might perhaps somewhere, somehow also harm our local champions? Or then are we going to need regulations for certain platforms that are not in the market yet, but we know that in future they might come? So how do we then deal with those kind of complexities? I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Um, Thank you so much for that. Yeah, unfortunately, we did not only discuss the challenges in digital markets, but we also experienced challenges with technology. Apologies for that. But then that means that we will have to bring it to a close at this point. We will not be able to to have the Q&A session. But then just to thank our authors for their insightful presentations. Thank you so much for just sharing your thoughts with us this morning, and also to thank our discussants for their thoughtful reflections. Their reflections and some of the questions that they have posed really got us to a point of thinking about these matters quite deeply. And I hope that this session was interesting for you as much as it was for me. And thank you for your keen interest in digital markets.
Thank you.
No, they're not confidential. They will be uploaded on our website, the Competition Commission's website. And the nice thing about this topic and the papers is that, yes, you can continue the discussion even outside of the session. I think they are topics that are quite interesting and worth going a little bit deeper into. So they will be available on our website. Please do look out for them. Yeah, can we just give our authors and discussants a round of applause? And we will then adjourn for lunch. Just a reminder that the next session will continue at 14:15.
afternoon, everyone. I see there's some blank seats. Can everybody move towards the front, please? We are okay. Okay. All right, cool. So we are running a bit late. So I'll just kick off the session quickly. Okay, cool. So my name is Makai Kikana, and I'll be moderating this session. And I'm joined by Professor Thando Vilakazi and Dr. Hari Govender. I'm not sure whether to call them by their names because I'm used to calling them by their names. Yeah. So we have about 5 papers to discuss, and each presenter will be given like 15 minutes or so. Please don't go over time, and then we'll get views from our panelists. Just to kick us off, Bane, do you want to kick us off? Oh, yeah, they won't.
Good afternoon, everyone. I believe my face is quite popular, but for those who may not know me, I'm Baneng Nape. And I'll be taking you through a study that I conducted with my esteemed colleague, Dr. Tabang Dlovu, who is unfortunately in the other room, presenting another paper that we conducted together. Now, in the present study, we observed the performance of the South African stock market in response to M&A decisions in South Africa. And just to give you a bit of background, there are several global events, both economic and financial, that have taken place, which have somewhat shaped the financial performance of long-standing businesses, and to a great extent have somewhat compelled them to reformulate their business models, because traditional business models no longer hold in contemporary times. What we have also observed is that there has been a change in terms of the incentives for measures, given that previously most companies used to view measures as a strategy to realize efficiency gains, to expand into new markets, as well as to expand their product base. But what we have seen recently, more especially in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, is that most companies now see measures as a strategy for survival. And the objective of our study largely hinges on that. Now, simply put, our study aims to scrutinize the effects of measure announcements on the stock performance of various listed companies in South Africa. We do so by means of the traditional event study methodology. There are several reasons why we have decided to conduct this study. Number one, including that research on this topic remains largely scant in South Africa, even at the global level. Also, the few studies that have looked at these dynamics have somewhat produced inconclusive results. In addition to that, prior research primarily focused on the period prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, and in contrast, our study focuses on transactions induced by the COVID-19 pandemic, investigating whether such transactions have positively influenced the stock returns of either the acquiring firm or the target firm shareholders. Also, exploring this new context would help us in terms of enriching our understanding of of market efficiency and investor reactions to M&A decisions in emerging economies. Now, there are several motives for mergers and acquisitions, including the synergy motive, agency motive, monopoly evaluation, and process theories. In terms of the synergy motive, the main purpose is to achieve synergies in the form of financial, operational, and managerial synergies. Now, the monopoly theory, the purpose of the monopoly theory is simply to achieve market power, thereby eliminating competition. The valuation theory is based on the assumption that the acquiring firm has better information about the value of the target firm than the stock market itself. Then we also have the process theory, which involves measure decisions which are not based on rational choices, but rather on the outcomes of processes governed by other circumstances. Now, the theoretical framework of our study hinges on the efficient market hypothesis, which postulates that markets have a number of rational profit maximizing whom compete with each other for purposes of trying to predict future market values of individual securities, whereby current important information is publicly available to all market participants. Now, the efficient market hypothesis can be broken down into three forms: the weak form, the semi-strong form, as well as the strong form. In terms of the weak form suggests that the share price reflects all existing historically available information, and this implies that investors are unable to make abnormal profits from investing in financial assets. In terms of this semi-strong hypothesis, it suggests that in addition to the available historical information, the share price is adjusted for new information released to the public. And lastly, we've got the strong form, which also suggests that the share price reflects all public and private information, and no investor is able to outperform the market on a risk-adjusted basis over the long run. Now, there are a number of studies that have looked at the dynamics between measure decisions and the performance of the stock market, and the majority of these studies have produced somewhat inconclusive results, in that other studies have found that there is a positive stock market reaction on the day of the announcement, which were followed by a negative reaction the day after the announcement. And also, some of these studies have assessed the impact of major announcements on the stock market for purposes of determining the factors that influence market reactions. In terms of the empirical strategy, we decided to employ the event study approach, and our sample consisted of about 13 mergers and acquisitions that occurred between the period 2020 and 2025, which is basically during the COVID-19 period and post the COVID-19 period. There are several components of the event study methodology, which would include the event date, the event itself, the event window, the estimation window, as well as the estimation model. And in this regard, the events would be the announcements of the measures themselves, whereas the event dates are the days of the announcement. Now, this is not necessarily a model specification, but rather a step-by-step guide of the calculation. So if you are to conduct an event study approach, you need to determine the abnormal return, which is given by the actual return, which is given by the difference between the actual return and the expected return. In terms of calculating the actual return, you would use the second equation, but then the actual return is given in the data. So you would need to calculate the expected return using the third equation, and then after that you would then calculate the average abnormal return, which is given by the fourth equation, and then the last equation would give you some other calculation of the cumulative average abnormal return. Now, this is just a snapshot of our sample. We collected this data from the Competition Tribunal website, and I see that the chairperson is there. You've got details about the acquiring firm, the target firm, and the announcement date, and then this would be our findings and discussions. So we do have our findings and discussions. As you would see, we've got the transactions to my left. We've got the event day. We've got the price, opening, high, low, volume, the actual returns, the abnormal returns, and the cumulative abnormal returns. And what you would observe from this trend is that there were generally positive market sentiments in response to measure decisions in South Africa, and this is indicated by the positive cumulative abnormal returns, including for transactions such as your Sanlam, your Afrimed, your Santam, among others. Right? There's only one transaction wherein there was two transactions rather, wherein there were there was a negative market response. That would be the transaction involving Shoprite, as well as that involving First Rand. Now, our event window consisted of about 20 business days, which would be T minus 10, T plus 0, and T plus 10. Now, we calculated the cumulative average returns for all the 13 transactions, and then we found that in this table, rather, we found that there is only one transaction that had a negative stock market response on the event day. That would be on T0, and that was the transaction involving Shoprite, which contracted by about 3.3%. With respect to other transactions, there were positive market reactions to the decisions taken by the competition tribunal, as you would see in the measure involving Sanlam, Sea Harvest, Afrimet, Impala, and others. On T plus 0, they realized positive cumulative abnormal returns. Even on the days leading to the decision itself, as you would see, there were positive market sentiments, which were somewhat short-lived following the decision, maybe say a day or two following the decision. And then this is just a continuation of other transactions. And then in this table also, you could also observe a similar trend. There were positive sentiments on the days leading to the transaction, as well as on the event day itself. But such positive sentiments were likewise short-lived on days following the event day. And this would include for transactions such as your Santam, your Sanlam, and Clicks, amongst others. And then here we've got our graph, which illustrates the cumulative average abnormal returns over the 10-day window. And as you would see, there are two key observations that can be drawn from this graph. Number one, that the South African stock market was highly efficient in absorbing the information on the event day. Also, we can also see that there were positive market sentiments 9 days prior to the decision, as well as 10 days post the decision. On the event day, which is T plus 0, you would see that the cumulative average abnormal returns stood at about 2%, thereby increasing to 2.5% on T plus 1 on the following day, before somewhat declining to 0.5% on day 3. Other variations could be explained by other factors other than the decisions themselves. And then now the conclusions that we can draw from our analysis is that the cumulative average abnormal returns showed positive trends throughout the event window, suggesting that at an aggregate level, the markets reacted positively to the measured decisions, especially for those measures that received approval from the South African competition authorities. That would be the competition tribunal in this regard. We also see that on the event day, cumulative average abnormal returns peaked at 2%, indicating that the markets were highly efficient in observing the information regarding measured decisions. And also the observations support the semi-strong form of the efficient market hypothesis, suggesting that stock prices rapidly reflect publicly available information, including announcements related to measures and acquisitions. It is important to note, though, that the current study is based on a sample size of 13 measures, which significantly limits the generalizability of the findings. Future research could benefit from employing different methodologies, increasing the sample size, and extending the timeframes. Just to add also that we have also conducted some robustness checks, but we could not include the results because it's something that we did after we had submitted the paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Banen, for kicking us off. Dr. Vilakazi, your views, please, on Banen's paper. Oh, you have a mic. Sorry.
Sure, I thought I had more time. Okay, Banen, thanks, man. I mean, I think you guys have done a kind of fascinating piece of work. I like my event studies as much as the next person, I guess. And I think that it raises interesting questions, and I'll start with this point, which is that in your literature review, by and large, and there's a phenomenal amount of studies from India on this issue for some reason, by and large, the studies conclude that you've got marginal or no impact of these types of events, mergers on stock market outcomes, which is quite surprising. It would have been good to see your reflections on that outcome. Right? So you then turn around in your data and you find the kind of positive, marginally positive outcomes without really explaining what might explain that outcome compared to your literature. And so for the future iterations of the paper, I think there'd be an expectation that you go back to your framework to explain what happened. I think it's a really interesting paper because, you know, efficient markets hypothesis is a bit like perfect competition, right? It's a bit of a dream, right? And we keep testing it anyway. And I was interested to see that in some of your findings in your charts, you can have, for instance, on Impala transaction, you can have an 8% movement on day 10, which intuitively, and I don't know, you'll tell me otherwise, can't reasonably have anything to do with the announcement of a merger on day 0, right, in your thing. And similarly, 8 days before or 10 days before for the same merger.
Impact on South African buyers.
You have quite funny movements. And so it does draw into question, in a sense, what are we testing, right? And whether these models are robust to filter out some of the, or control for some of the other factors that are shaping share price movements.
3 is the expected duration of the tariff.
An interesting thing, and maybe it's a question you can come back to a bit later, is
such as cost
it wasn't clear to me. So I understand the COVID-19 logic, and it's a wonderful hook, right? We always kind of try to latch papers onto current things and that to increase their attraction, I guess. But in a sense, the COVID-19 moment, it seems, in your study, was incidental. It could have been a study, in a sense, about the period 2020 to 2025, and kind of stop there, you know. And this is simply to say that perhaps in your findings and analysis, you might increase and maybe spend more time analyzing if there are any particular COVID-19 related peculiarities that you're observing or picking up. I suspect that would mean you have to analyze a longer period of time so that you almost have a kind of difference in difference before and after effect, right? Otherwise, in a sense, there isn't actually genuinely, other than that it was at the time of COVID, there isn't genuinely a COVID-19 aspect. And I actually thought that would have been cool. So finding ways to enhance that, I think, would be awesome. How much time?
You have about 5 minutes to...
Okay, cool. I'll wrap up soon. Thank you. There were other prior studies of South Africa. I think Snell Grimberg did something probably about 2014 on the South African market as well. And you might want to bring that in because obviously contextually it might also be a bit more comparable. And then more broadly, I think because there's really interesting findings in there and the charts are great and all of that. But I kind of wanted to push you in feedback, and we can discuss it as well, is asking more of the why questions. So often with the econometric papers, we stop at, well, here's the answer. I said I was going to do this, here's my model, and I did it, and there it is, right? But actually, I think your paper has scope to ask and to be a bit more reflective on the why questions. Are the markets really only filtering this information? Does it matter the size of transaction or not? Or actually, are they just simply reflecting something else? Because in a sense, in your charts, there's also the kind of very familiar pattern. I think the level changes. In the chart, you had the aggregate one. There is a stepwise kind of level change, day -1 to day 0, compared to day 0 to day 10, where you've got a slight average increase. And it might be worth interpreting that, because then you can really distill and show that there is something different happening after the transaction takes place, and highlight the effect that you're trying to show. And then just more generally, I do think that similar types of reflection on the literature would assist as well. So asking the why, or at least interpreting and expressing the whys that those different authors used to explain the outcomes they saw or didn't see, including the methodological implications of that. Right? Because maybe we need to do event studies type analysis differently, because it kind of doesn't ever deliver the results we think it's going to, in a sense. But on the whole, I thought your paper was fascinating and really well written in that, and I think something certainly worth thinking about publishing. Maybe just lastly, and you can maybe answer this later, is there any commentary you can make about the size of the impacts So, you've got this average 2% impact, I think. And I couldn't tell whether that's a lot or not. It's hard to distinguish whether it's significant or not. I think we're happy that it's positive. But, maybe there's more in there that you can interpret or compare with other studies or otherwise, or other periods as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Vilakazi. I think I forgot to mention that the audience will also get an opportunity to ask questions or give comments at the end of the session, or towards the end of the session. So if you have comments or questions, please write them down. So our second paper is by No and Orise. The floor is yours. I don't know who's presenting, or is it the both of you guys? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Orisem Maseng, and I am a junior analyst at the Market Inquiry Division. And I'm here with Nurjahan Kaki, and she's a graduate trainee at the Economic Research Bureau. Today, we will be presenting on unlocking credit access for SMMEs in South Africa. SMMEs are widely recognized as key contributors to economic growth and development of South Africa as a result of its benefits in ensuring that there is eradication of unemployment and poverty. Moreover, the Banking Association of South Africa has shown that SMMEs constitute 91% of formal businesses, 60% of total employment, and accounts for 34% of GDP in the economy. However, despite the important role that SMMEs play in the economy, they continue to face numerous financial challenges, such as limited access to finance. Therefore, this presentation will discuss the important role and how competition policy can serve as a critical instrument in promoting equitable access to credit for SMMEs. Moving on, it's the legal and policy landscape in South Africa, which elucidates that the National Credit Act was implemented to readdress the imbalances within the credit market. According to the National Credit Act, the imbalances within the credit market were caused by insufficient collateral among disadvantaged groups and systematic racial bias within the credit assessment practices. Therefore, according to the National Credit Act, only 22% of SMMEs are able to secure credit, while banks only finance 7% to SMMEs. Now let's take a closer look on how the European Commission and the UK's Competition and Markets Authority address access to finance challenges by SMMEs. Firstly, the European Commission supports access to funding for SMMEs by collaborating with various financial institutions, providing loan guarantees and equity funding, as well as the implementation of the InvestEU program. The InvestEU program provides the European Union with crucial long-term funding by leveraging substantial private and public funds to SMMEs. Secondly, the UK's Competition and Markets Authority addresses challenges faced by SMMEs in accessing funding by implementing the SMME Credit Data Scheme, as well as conducting a market inquiry into retail banking markets. In the next slide, it shows the bank market structure in South Africa, and the graph illustrates that from 2000 to 2020, the banking sector has experienced marked consolidation and increased concentration over the years. And over the years, the banking sector has been dominated by 5 major banks, which are Standard Bank, FNB, Nedbank, Absa, and Capitec, in which they hold 90.1% of total banking assets. However, there has been a notable decline in bank lending to SMMEs by 45% between the years 2000 and 2020, which is particularly concerning given that SMMEs are highly dependent on external finance for their operations and growth. The next slide explains the theoretical frameworks concerning access to credit and competition. The theories are the market power hypothesis and information hypothesis. The market power hypothesis states that in highly competitive banking markets where borrowers have greater choice and bargaining power, credit supply tends to increase due to enhanced efficiency and lower lending costs. Therefore, an increase in competition leads to high supply of credit through lower lending costs and enhanced efficiency. And then the information hypothesis presents an alternative view to the market power hypothesis by emphasizing the role of information asymmetries in credit markets. According to the information hypothesis, an increase in competition decreases the supply of credit as it results in information asymmetries in credit markets. And then the methodology for our paper, we used qualitative and policy-orientated research design, which we focused on existing literature, reports, and studies from various jurisdictions, as well as case study of enforcement actions and investigations. Thank you. I'll end here, and my colleague will take over the next slides. Thank you.
Hi everyone. I'm going to be taking us through the barriers to access as well as some of the funding options. We look at the recommendations and then I'll conclude this presentation. So one of the biggest challenges for SMMEs to access credit in South Africa is lack of collateral. So collateral is basically assets pledged to secure a loan and to reduce risk for banks. But since many firms in South Africa can only get loans with better access rates, most SMMEs in South Africa don't have enough tangible assets, so it limits their growth in accessing these finances. Another key factor would be access to credit through education and financial literacy. Many entrepreneurs, especially women, lack adequate training, which affects their ability to understand the regulation, to understand their financial rights, and how to engage with credit providers. Since this low literacy, financial literacy makes it hard for them to compare financial products, to understand the banking jargon, or to end up choosing the right funding options. Therefore, SMMEs often apply for wrong products or they miss out on opportunities. The cost of credit also plays a huge role in borrowing decisions, and this mainly comes down to interest rates. Since SMMEs are seen as riskier due to lack of collateral, banks often charge them a higher interest rate, and these rates limit their stability, weakens credit histories, and as a result, they not only face stricter lending requirements, but they also pay more for the credit, which makes it even harder for them to access these funds. There is also a mismatch between loan demand and loan supply. The financing gap is basically the difference of how much SMMEs need and how much they actually receive. Some argue that this gap is mainly due to demand-side issues such as poor financial records, lack of collateral, informalities, and weak credit histories. These make SMMEs look less credit-worthy. On the other side, which is the supply-side problems, there are rigid credit scoring, high transaction costs, and regulatory barriers in the financial sector. So in reality, the financing gap exists because of these two issues. A few other of the systematic and infrastructural challenges include managing high volumes of funding requests. SMMEs can apply for loans through many means such as emails, online walk-ins, forms, etc. But managing these applications creates administration challenges since most funders still rely on manual systems such as emails and spreadsheets. So only a few major banks have automated systems and can match this process to um, process applications more efficiently. So for most funders, the process is still slow and it's resource heavy. In South Africa, consumer credit is well regulated, but business credit records for SMMEs are still underdeveloped. This makes it harder for funders to properly assess business risk. Strengthening business records would not only help lenders, but also allow SMMEs to build alternative credit scores, especially when their personal scores aren't strong enough. SACRA has already started a program to improve the systems, but its success will depend on funding and strong buy-in from the industry. Traditional credit models make it harder for SMMEs to access finance as these models rely heavily on financial statements, bank records, and credit bureau data. But for early stage businesses, those under 3 years or not yet profitable, this information simply doesn't exist. By treating SMMEs as a uniform group and using rigid collateral-based scoreboards, banks exclude many businesses that could actually succeed if given access to funding. Well, okay. SMMEs often rely on internal funds or angel investors as banks tend to favor the larger firms. Although South Africa's private credit score stood at around 66% in GDP in 2019, which was well above the sub-Saharan average of around 16%, SMMEs just received around 12% of the banking lending in 2020. This created a huge funding gap of over 30 billion US dollars, limiting the growth of businesses that employ over half the workforce and contribute to a third of the GDP. So addressing this gap is essential in order to unlock their economic potential. Now, moving on to some of the findings that we found. In South Africa, a few banks dominate the financial sector, and this high concentration creates real barriers in trying to get credit. These banks often require high collateral and impose strict lending criteria, which makes it harder for smaller businesses to invest and to grow. On top of that, the past cases of collusion and coordinated practices have pushed up the cost of finance, further limiting access to affordable credit. There's also a non-linear relationship that exists between concentration and access. Therefore, by curbing this anti-competitive behavior, competition policy can play a role in encouraging new financial institutions to enter the market and support innovation in fintech. Authorities can make credit more accessible. This isn't just about helping individual businesses. Expanding financial inclusion can unlock entrepreneurial potential, stimulate investment, and ultimately drive for broader economic growth and job creation. Briefly looking at competition policy, the Competition Commission has taken several steps to promote competition and inclusion in the financial sector. These include practice notes on supplier panels, cartel investments like the Sekunjalo vs. Dr. Iqbal, merger reviews such as Access Bank's acquisition of Grow Bank, and advocacy initiatives to create fair opportunities for SMMEs. However, there has been limited focus on specific barriers SMMEs face in accessing credit. Therefore, it highlights the need for competition policy to actively target these challenges to improve financial inclusion. Some of the recommendations that we had come up with is to improve access to credit. There could be several key steps that could be taken. First, authorities need to strengthen enforcement against collusion and exclusionary practices within the banking sector to maintain systematic stability and improve fairness. Second, the Competition Commission could conduct a dedicated credit access inquiry focused specifically on SMME finance, something that is both legally and practically possible given our mandate. Advocacy efforts could also target fintech and alternative credit models, leveraging data from mobile payments, e-commerce, and supply chains to assess creditworthiness without lowering lending standards. Oversight is crucial to ensure that any subsidies or support actually reaches new entrants and expands access to finance rather than simply reinforcing incumbent banks. South Africa can also learn from the international best practices. For instance, data remedies from the UK or merger remedies from the EU, combined with the Invest EU style initiatives and credit guarantee schemes, can provide finance without pressurizing banks to lower their standards as long as there's buy-in from both government and private banks. Transparency is another critical factor. Exploring SACRA to include SMMEs and enabling data portability across banks and fintechs could also increase competition and allow lenders to assess risk more accurately. This would avoid reckless lending decisions as it will be based on verified data. Finally, promoting inclusive licensing for smaller banks and supporting niche players like TimeBank and Discovery while advocating for regulatory frameworks that do not entrench big banks could also open up the market and significantly increase access to finance for SMMEs. Just in conclusion, SMMEs are essential for driving growth, creating jobs, and reducing poverty in South Africa, yet they face significant barriers to access credit, mainly due to the concentrated banking sector and regulatory frameworks that overlook their challenges. These constraints limit their growth, particularly in today's economic climate of rising unemployment, persistent poverty, and financial uncertainty. Strengthening the SMME sector is therefore crucial for economic stability. Competition law can play a role here by ensuring fair practices in these financial institutions, promoting transparent data sharing, supporting credit guarantee schemes, and adopting lessons from international best practices. Ultimately, effective competition policy can empower SMMEs, helping them participate more fully in the economy and fostering a more equitable, dynamic, and resilient financial system. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ladies. Professor Vilakazi, your thoughts, please.
Thanks, Nujan and Lurali Singh. Yeah, I mean, this is, if someone can solve this, it would be really one of the great conundrums, I think, policy challenges solved in South Africa, but also the continent in a sense, right? So everywhere we go doing this type of research with SMMEs, whether it's in agriculture or other types of markets, ultimately this funding thing is the rocket science, right? And I really liked your paper because it kind of takes on the challenge of thinking about these issues further. But I can also see the challenge that you had in the end, in that your premise is really strong. There seems to be a problem here, right? We can all agree. And your kind of recommendations end probably where we'll end when we solve this problem. But in a sense, somewhere in between, it might have been good to have a bit more to chew on by way of analysis to arrive and to bridge the gap between that premise and the conclusions. I think there's a range of ways that you can think creatively about the paper to the extent that you're developing it further, to try and tease out some of the questions as well, right? So to take you from a kind of secondary document review methodology to actually seeing if there's types of data you could play with to strengthen the points that you're already kind of making, right? Because they do need support. For instance, I think you might consider playing a lot more with the enterprise survey data further, right? So you give us a snapshot about it somewhere in there. But one of the ways in which, with these types of papers, you can create kind of dynamism within the paper is to go long. So to think about comparing things over time and whether indeed the evolution of, really at the heart of the issue, the evolution of consolidation in this market has in turn, over time, shaped the patterns of lending that you see, right? Because that's really what you're doing. You're putting the consolidation issue right up against the lending issue, and you're saying there's a competition problem that's causing this issue. And there's data that can help you to show that. A few other things you might think about on that, and maybe would help to enrich the paper as well, is SARB data. Reserve Bank data is quite good at this, in that they also, there's some version of that data, and you can look for some of the CRED papers, actually allows you to show the kind of disparity in terms of the lending to SMMEs versus the lending to other categories of business. And we can chat about that. I can't remember precisely the definition of that data. I'd be curious to know, just by way of a question, and maybe you can reflect later. So what we found on some of this as well is that there is this tendency to group the S, the M, and the M, and the M, right? Whereas actually that means you're taking firms that might have kind of 5 employees or 1, and you're kind of pooling them together to assess a problem with firms that might have 50 odd to 100 employees, or whatever the definition of medium-sized firms is. Whereas actually the nature of the funding problems, at least we've started to show in other work, might be quite different, in fact. And so hopefully maybe, and I don't know where you might find the data for this, a way to tease out the differences. So the needs of a micro enterprise might indeed, and even the solutions for them might indeed be different from those for a medium-sized firm, right? Which tends to be innovative. They might actually have big bucks and therefore can attract more serious investment, right? So do they actually have a problem? You know, that type of question. Just a few more points, if that's fine, Maka. I think, just in terms of the construction of the paper, you've got, I think, your sections 2 to about 6, in a sense. Yo, gents. You're killing me there. From about section 2 to about section 6 or so, I think could probably come together into a single critical literature review, right? So you kind of give snapshots of relevant issues. For instance, the reflection on the EU DMA type, CMA type interventions, etc. But actually, I think you could bring them together into a single lit review, right? That critically engages with the intersection between all those bits and pieces, right? That then allows you to set the basis for what might then become the analysis going forward. So it's something, to the extent that you're revising the paper, is something to think about and maybe make more of that as well. Yeah, and then maybe just lastly, I think it might be worth thinking, because again, your premise is really interesting, right? How to play more with the bank concentration argument. So your paper starts off to say, I'm going to talk about this. But actually, there's probably a bit more you can do already to really hit them in the face with the point that concentrations are serious, must be an important part of the story. There was a recent transaction we looked at that had, I think it was student loans. But actually, the picture on concentration is a bit different when you look at unsecured lending for personal finance, etc., where Capitec has come up as actually the big game in town at about 25% market share. And then everyone else is kind of trailing. I think F&B is next. So maybe there is changes in that space as well, and you'd be able to compare and contrast all of that different data to tell your kind of concentration story. And then you do the same for lending, and then you bash them together in the analysis. But I think this is a great kind of premise for a paper, and it'd be great to see you develop it further. Well done. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Vilakazi, for that. Then our next paper is by Duma and Steve, where they also looked at the personal transactional account markets in South Africa. Okay, you can come through. I was going to say, I don't know who's presenting, whether Steve is here or not. Okay.
Right, hello everyone. I am Dumawu Ngumalo, and the work that I'll be presenting today is on estimating bank substitutability in the personal transactional account market. You may, I suppose you have the personal transactional account market, but it may also be called a current account market, at least in the EU, that's how it's referred to. Thank you. So essentially what this work tries to do is to estimate at least to assess the degree of substitutability between different personal transactional accounts that are offered by different banks in this particular market. So personal transactional accounts, of course, provide you with access to different transactional facilities. But in addition to that, they also provide you with a gateway, or at least they serve as a gateway to you accessing additional products. So they're particularly important, not only in enhancing your ability to engage in different financial transactions, but importantly, whether you can access, let's say, a home loan or a credit card, which you may use for other things. And so the extent of competition that may exist between banks in this particular market, I think is particularly useful, at least in fostering greater levels of inclusion with respect to the usage of different financial products, but also sort of expanding the access of products that you ultimately would have access to. The one thing that is particularly interesting is that I do feel that there's very limited academic work on trying to understand how much competition actually exists in this particular market. And so this work then tries to contribute within this space where I feel there is some scant literature. How I sort of estimate this degree of substitutability is by estimating a flexible discrete choice model, which I'll discuss in a bit more detail. But what or at least in terms of the data that I require to estimate this discrete choice model, is that I have data from the FinScope survey data, which has information related to the different products that people ultimately use within the country, but it has a shortage of pricing information. And so I then have to construct prices, and I do so in a different way, ultimately bringing together two sets of data, the FinScope survey data, as well as the bank prices that I ultimately estimate. And so I feel that at least the results of the paper is that I do find some evidence of some substitutability between banks. In particular, it would appear that, say, there are some customers that may consider Capitec and FNB as being potential alternatives, as well as Capitec and Standard Bank as well, which I thought was quite interesting. And then in addition to that, there is some evidence that there's a degree of consumer responsiveness to price increases, which is an output of the flexible discrete choice model that I estimate. This, I think, is quite interesting, especially when contrasted with the findings of the banking market inquiry, that, or at least the report that was published in 2008. Because what they indicate there is that there was a lack of competition that actually took place, and that firms were acting as though they were independent of other firms. And so they found evidence that there really wasn't this interdependence that existed between the different firms. And so I think this paper kind of potentially suggests that over a period of time, there may have actually been an improvement in the degree of competition that exists in this particular market. So in terms of the literature that's actually been done, I think it can be categorized into three different buckets. So the one is maybe not so much on academic literature, but you have some commissioned research that's been conducted by different institutions. The first is this Falconer report that was published in 2004. So it was a study that was commissioned by the National Treasury and the South African Reserve Bank that tried to assess the extent of competition within the banking industry. And so they looked at different sections of this industry and then made recommendations on how to go about increasing the degree of competition that existed there. Of course, the banking market inquiry, so that's another one, at least a big sort of output that came out from the country that focuses on this particular industry. And this then had various chapters that looked at different segments of the banking industry. The third chapter, I think it was chapter 2, specifically looked at the personal transactional account market. And then in terms of the academic literature, it is quite interesting. I think there are two types of sort of strands of work. So you'll find at least work that emanates from empirical industrial organization, where there's this sort of thing that's called a conduct parameter, which is what they try and estimate. So what they try and look at is data that reflects market outcomes, and they then try and make inferences about whether the outcomes that we see reflect either perfect or pure competition, whether they reflect cartel-like outcomes, or whether they reflect monopolistic competition, right? And so they estimate this one particular parameter that tries to capture all three types of competition, or at least models of competition. And so what they typically find is that you have some cartel or monopoly behavior, as well as monopolistic competition. But what's interesting about this sort of type of work is that it focuses specifically on the banking industry itself, and not so much specific well-defined markets or something as close to a market that they could potentially get to. And then you have some other sort of limited work that tries to now assess the extent of competition between certain banks, right? So you have this Makanya paper, 2016. What they do is that they conduct a case study of Capitec's entry, right? And it's more of a descriptive piece where they look at how Capitec's entry in this particular entry into the banking industry, how that has ultimately impacted market outcomes, and they specifically pay some attention to this personal transactional account market. And then, of course, we've got this one paper by Hawthorne and Patel, which is quite recent, where they look at competition between banks and mobile money providers in different Southern African countries. So this work tries to target this last bit of trying to estimate competition between banks. So how do I go about estimating this? So so I have a discrete choice model. What this discrete choice model essentially tries to do is to estimate the probability that a customer will have a transactional account at a certain bank. Right? So that's essentially what the model tries to do, estimate the probability that someone will use a particular product. And so the options that I have would be having a transactional account at Capitec or ABSA, FNB, Standard Bank, Nedbank, or having none as an outside option. The options that I include here would be, at least there's a restriction on me because of the data that I have, which were, at least was the 2019 FinScope survey data. So at the time, Time Bank, Discovery Banks, and all these other banks didn't have sufficient variation. That you didn't have too many observations in the data set itself. Right? So from an empirical perspective, what you need is variation in your data to be able to try and estimate to estimate coefficients. In this case, you don't have sufficient variation. So I shortened the data set to specifically look at these banks, which accounted for the majority of transactional accounts that were issued at the time. So fortunately, I don't lose too much. Now, so this discrete choice model ultimately tries to, in estimating this probability of going to a particular bank for a transactional account, is underpinned by, at least it's a structural demand model, so it's underpinned by the idea that you would have a higher probability of choosing a specific bank's transactional account if the utility that you obtain from using that account is higher than the utility you gain from using any other account. Right? And the utility is ultimately comprised of two very key components. The one is something that you and I as researchers can observe, an observable component, and then you then have an unobserved component, right? So the error term, if you will. So that's the VNI. So in the VNI, you'd have information that relates to, let's say, your income, whether you live in an urban area, your LSM group, the degree of education, some of those things that may ultimately influence which bank you may choose to bank with. And then you'd also then have specific supply side information, so you may have prices that have actually been charged by the different banks for the use of that particular account. Now within this error term, the standard assumption it's typically called a multinomial logit model. So the standard assumption with these models is that this unobserved component is uncorrelated across different alternatives. So in other words, if I'm a consumer that's considering Capitec and I'm considering, let's say, Standard Bank, that the error that I'll get from consuming the Capitec as well as the Standard Bank options are uncorrelated, right? And so that's a restrictive assumption. So sometimes it may be called an independence of irrelevant alternatives assumption. The reason why it's restrictive is because there may be some cases where, let's say, I like FNB and Capitec because they use a lighter shade of blue. Right? And if I don't have that specifically or explicitly captured in the VNI, they would be captured in the error term. So if there is some correlation in the error terms of using those different alternatives, then it would potentially provide you with evidence of some similarity between the different options, at least from the perspective of the consumer. So what I do in this paper is that when I say flexible discrete choice model, is that I allow for possible correlation to exist between the different error terms. And once you find evidence of this sort of correlation in these error terms, it actually provides you with some evidence of some substitutability or closer substitutability between those options where that correlation actually exists. Now, this methodology is quite interesting. It's also used by the European Commission in some of their analysis, but also within market definition. If you would like a reference, there is a Sara Lee and Unilever transaction from around 2010. In there, they use the nested logit model that relaxes the restrictive assumption on the error terms as well. Right, so in my case, what I do is that I look at the different banks, and so I then create, so I have 5 different banks, so I then create 5, or at least 10 unique pairs or nests with each of these banks being paired with another bank. And the idea is then to assess whether there's some correlation in that unobserved component of utility for, let's say, the choice of using ABSA or in using FNB, and then considering the same thing for ABSA and then Netbank, and so on and so forth. Right? The flexible discrete choice model ultimately spits out a particular parameter. It's called lambda. So this lambda there for each of the unique nests that you have would be between 0 and 1. If it's equal to 1, it would indicate that there's absolutely no correlation whatsoever in the error structure. And the closer you are to 0, as it tends to 0, it would indicate almost sort of high degree of correlation. The data that I ultimately use, as I mentioned, is the FinScope survey data, and in there it will give you information on which personal transactional account a consumer would hold. So you would see ABSA, Capitec, FNB, and the options that I include in my analysis. What you have in the second column would be the actual breakdown of the sample from the FinScope survey itself. But these observations are then weighted to the population. So what you have on the right-hand side is the population, or at least the population value of the sample observations that you have in the data set itself. So from the FinScope survey data, I have the choices that people make, but then importantly, I have information on other demographic information. What's your income, education level, and so on, which I then include in my VNI. But also, we then have bank prices, which are not included within the survey data itself. So what I do is that I construct I would have a specific observation, or at least an individual in the survey, and I'll try and estimate if they use Capitec, how much could they be paying at Capitec specifically. How I would do that is that I would construct a transaction profile. I would have a transaction profile you may have seen from these annual bank charges report that's provided by the Solidarity Research Institute. So I use the exact same transaction profiles. And these have actually been referred to by the banks as being sort of relevant to showing the cost of their products. So within the transaction profiles, it gives you a sense of how many transactions each individual ultimately engage in, whether they withdraw money and so on. I then take information, at least marketing material from the different banks. So I'd say during the period of the survey, Capitec Global One account, how much did it cost for you to withdraw money? How much did it cost for you to send money? How much did it cost for you to make an electronic payment? And I then am able to then compute prices for the different products. It becomes complicated across the different banks because you have multiple products that then exist across the different banks outside of Capitec, which just has the one. In addition to that, so not only do I look at whether the different products that are offered by the different banks, in some cases you have pay-as-you-transact accounts as well as bundled accounts, where you may pay, like, say, 209, or in other cases you may choose to pay per transaction. So I'm then able to compute prices for those products as well. So that's then an example of the different prices that I'm able to compute for Capitec across the 4 different transaction profiles I have in my analysis. So I then assign these prices to individuals in the data, primarily based on the income thresholds that are specified by the different banks. So if you go to a specific bank, they'll tell you that for this particular account, this is relevant, at least applicable to people that earn a specific amount, right, that and above. So once I've calculated a price for that particular account, I'm able to then see what someone's income is and then try to closely match the prices to ultimately the observation that's in there. So just in terms of my results, in principle, I do find, I suppose, some negative price coefficients, as well as some nonlinear age effects, sort of increasing at a decreasing rate. I suppose older you are, the less likely you are to hold a personal transactional account. And then some other sort of factors that may be relevant would be income and whether you earn a grant, whether you're unemployed, and education levels. Now, the main output of the work is the similarity parameters, right? So those lambdas. So I have on the left-hand side the estimates for the different nests. Now, the one issue that I have ultimately is that the variables that you get, or at least the output of the lambda IJs, ultimately need to be net between the values of 0 and 1. And so the problem that I have out-of-bound estimates. And so what I then proceeded to do was to then estimated, so it's not, so I then calculated my data set a few times over, a few hundred times, and then estimated this model 100 times, or at least a few hundred times, And then I was then able to look at a distribution of what these lambda IJs then actually look like. And so what I then was able to see was that with Capitec and FNB, Capitec and Standard Bank, that on the whole I actually had within bound estimates, right, which was then fantastic. So I then relaxed the model only insofar as Capitec, FNB, Capitec, and Standard Bank. And in there, I'm then actually then able to see that these values are significantly different from one, which indicates that the correlation in the unobserved term of utility is not sort of zero or independent. Now, once you then have that information, right, you're actually then able to compute own price and cross price elasticities that reflect the similarity parameters that you have. So what you have there in the main diagonal is would be the own price elasticities. Does this work? Does not. Right, so what you have is in the main diagonal, you then have the own price elasticities. That's why they're negative. So what it indicates is that if ABSA were to increase their price by 1%, they would have a 0.11% decrease in the probability of a customer selecting ABSA. And then you have the same thing for Capitec, FNB, and then Nedbank, as well as Standard Bank. And from there, you can actually then see the degree of responsiveness across the different banks, with Capitec responsiveness being higher than it is for the other banks. So you have Capitec being the most responsive, followed by FNB, and then Standard Bank, followed by Nedbank, and then ABSA. What you then have in the other cells, I suppose, is then so if we're looking at ABSA, for example, we're looking at if ABSA were to increase their prices for their products by 1%, in terms of its impact on the customer potentially using Capitec, you will see that there's a 0.1% increase in the probability of somebody using Capitec. And so that's then a cross-price elasticity, and that's why they're positive. What is particularly interesting here is where you have evidence of the degree of similarity in the different nests, you're able to see higher levels of cross-price elasticities than between banks that are not within a nest. So for example, when Capitec were to increase their prices by 1%, you'll see that there's a 0.2% increase in the probability that it will actually use FNB. And this is much higher than with the other banks. And you see the same thing with Standard Bank and Capitec as well. Right, so in general, so you have evidence of this consumer responsiveness in terms of the negative price elasticities, and some evidence of the degree of substitutability between banks. But also importantly, I think in contrast with the banking market inquiry, one of the statements that they made was the market for PTAs in South Africa can be characterized as an oligopoly with a fringe of smaller players. Even important fringe players such as Capitec have not to date posed a serious competitive threat to the big four banks in their established market. So I think this is quite interesting because it suggests that Capitec's position may have actually changed, even if it's a slight change. Thank you.
So, yeah, I don't know if Duma and Steve are bored because they submitted 2 papers. So he's about to present the other paper as well. Maybe we should get you a hobby. I'm not sure, but yeah. Dr. Hari will give us his comments after the second paper. Thank you.
No, I'm good. Just had a bit of voice. We'll do it like it's a fence. Thanks. Right. So the second paper that I'll be presenting is on estimating bank competition in South African loan markets. So what you had in, I suppose, the first presentation was some evidence of some substitutability between banks in the market for personal transactional accounts. So you then have, I suppose, a similar analysis that specifically tries to estimate the degree of competition in the provision of loans between South African banks. So what I estimate, or at least provide estimates of bank competition between 2008 and 2022. And I primarily do so by estimating a learner index for 6 banks to try and actually proxy or measure competition. Of course, the degree of competition between banks in the provision of loans ultimately has an impact on, and some of what the previous speaker spoke about the affordability of the loans. It has an ultimate impact on the availability of credit, but also the prices at which the credit is made available. In addition to that, you may have a higher level of competition between banks may have a bearing on other factors that are related to loans, such as whether reductions in collateral that may be offered for you to actually have access to those loans, which is interesting. But ultimately, I do think that we know very little about competition for loan products. And I think this is primarily because there's very limited data that's actually out there for researchers to actually try and use and assess, which is one big issue. And also in addition to that, I think that existing research makes a few very restrictive assumptions when they actually try and study competition between banks in the provision of loans themselves. So what I do in this case is that I estimate sort of marginal costs using accounting data, but also regulatory data. So I have data from at least the South African Reserve Bank, but also data from Bank Focus, which is provided by Moody's Analytics. And from that, I'm actually then able to try and estimate the marginal cost of providing a loan. So what is the additional cost of providing an additional rand in the form of a loan? So that's what I then consider. And so once you then have that information on the marginal cost, you can then pair that with the price that's offered, or at least the average rate on the loans, to then actually compute what the learner index may be, which provides you with a measure of market power. And so you are able to then see, as I'll discuss, there's an evolution of market power across the different banks, with 3 banks experiencing increases in their market power, and 3 experiencing decreases in their market power. The big story, I think, for me is the fact that Capitec and FNB experienced the largest increases in their market power increases. And then you then have Standard Bank, which experienced quite significant decreases in their market power. So on the whole, I think if you were to look at competition as measured through this market power, the learner index, it would potentially suggest that there's potentially greater competition in the provision of loans over this period. And then ultimately, I'm also then able to show that there's a low correlation that exists between the learner index, the measure of market power, as well as the structure-based measure of competition, being the HHI. So just in terms of kind of stressing the importance of market power, I suppose a number of competition authorities center their analysis by specifically looking at market power, because they've adopted a consumer welfare standard where the prices that consumers ultimately pay for different products becomes as particularly important. So just looking at the Department of Justice and FTC merger guidelines, I would say mergers that substantially lessen or tend to create a monopoly increase, extend, or entrench market power, right? Which indicates the sort of why we care so much about market power. And then the previous sort of European Commissioner for Competition Policy says, as in most other competition jurisdictions in the world, our competitive analysis focuses on market power. And so when I estimate market power, it's because it actually has received quite a great deal of attention in how we go about assessing competitive effects. And so that's why I think considering market power is particularly important. Just in terms of how people have assessed bank competition, so it's been influenced by, I suppose, the 2 strands of literature, the first being the structure, conduct, performance paradigm, which is this idea that the structure of a market ultimately affects how the banks then, or at least firms, conduct themselves. So they may choose to sort of compete less aggressively, they may choose to enter into horizontal agreements, enter into cartels, which then ultimately has an impact on the performance of the industry. So their profitability may be high, their prices may ultimately be high, right? And so what they then used was a measure of structure was then used to proxy that market power because of this direct relationship that the literature had assumed existed between structure and then the performance. And so the first quote is quite useful because it indicates how structure-based measures have actually been used to try and proxy market power in the end, right? So where the end is actually market power, but sometimes it's difficult for you to get there, and so structure-based measures then try and proxy that particular measure. But then over time, I suppose there was this idea, or this thought that structure may not necessarily provide you with a direct link to how the market actually performs, whether you have anti-competitive market outcomes in the end. Right, so a few things. So you had this efficiency hypothesis, this idea that maybe somebody that's a whole lot more efficient, that has much lower marginal cost of providing goods, is able to actually undercut everybody else. And so you may have a high level of competition in terms of sort of price reductions actually taking place, but in the end you may have one firm that exists. Right, so from a structural perspective, it's very concentrated, but you may still have very competitive outcomes in the end. The other thing is that you have sort of contestable markets, this idea that you may have a few firms that exist in a market, but if the markets are contestable because the barriers to entry are quite low, the impending threat of entry may actually constrain your ability to price high. So you may have very few firms that exist in the market, but you may have somewhat competitive market outcomes in the end. And then there's the Bertrand paradox, which is this idea that if we have pricing competition, we compete extensively based on prices, you could have one firm that exists in the market with 100% market share, but then you could still have marginal cost pricing. And so this then sort of led to a development of new measures to try and assess competition, the one being this analysis of conduct, which I spoke about in the previous paper, and as well as other papers that try and assess performance measures. So you may sort of assess the profitability over time, sort of maintenance or sustenance, not sustenance, maintenance of profitability over time, or you could be looking at a learner index. And so my work actually speaks to this brand of literature that's called this New Empirical Industrial Organization, where I specifically look at a market outcome, or at least performance measures in this case. Right, before we kind of talk about this, I think just give attention to the second option, or at least the second equation. The second equation there is just the price less the marginal cost divided by the price, and that's what the learner index is, the degree of your market power. And then what I then do is that I estimate that specifically for each individual bank that I have in my data, for each year that I have the actual bank in my data. So I'd have a learner index value for Capitec from 2008 all the way through to 2022, and as well as for all the other banks in my analysis. What I then do is that I then say, great, we have bank level estimates of market power, but it would be interesting to try and actually weight that up to the population, or at least not the population, but the total industry. So I then compute different weights. So each bank's weight in terms of its loans as a share of the total loans that they ultimately then offer. And I'm then actually able to compute a loan-weighted market power measure with this learner index. And so I then take each bank's individual learner index and then weight it by its share of the total loans that have been issued by the banks in that particular year. And so that then gives me an average measure of what that market power then looks like in the country. In terms of how I go about estimating my marginal costs, so prices I obtain from this bank-focused data, which is available, so it gives you some interest income. And I suppose if I have time, I'll maybe touch on how I got to that. You then have marginal cost, and this is primarily where most of the work actually went in trying to estimate what the marginal cost actually is, right? So you open up an annual financial statement, you'll see no reference to a marginal cost. There are many competition experts in the room. No firm knows what their marginal cost actually is. And so what I try and do here is that I estimate the total costs of the firm, right, of the different banks in the different years, and I then try and actually then estimate what the change in the total cost, if there's a change in the loans that are ultimately being issued out. Then you can then see, if I increase my loans by R1, what is my actual marginal cost? So that's how I then estimate these marginal costs. What's interesting is that within the literature, what people do is that they assume that banks are single product firms, which is a very restrictive assumption, and that the output that they use would be like total assets, right? But of course, banks are quite complicated. They're very complex institutions. They are multi-output firms, and so they offer loans, of course, but in addition to that, they also generate some investment income. So they take some income. So they take funds, they invest in different securities, and they ultimately generate some interest, right? Or they may make some dividend income as well, and that's a relevant output. In addition to that, you also have some off-balance sheet income. So you may have fees and charges that they generate for us, for example, choosing to use the cell phone banking as opposed to the app, right? So there are some fees and charges that they levy there. Then you then have, I consider 4 different, so I recognize that I could recognize these 3 different outputs, and as well as 4 different outputs as well, inputs as well. So you have labor, the cost of labor, you have wholesale debt, right? If they go into the wholesale market and borrow money, that's a cost to them, right? So you need the money so you can actually issue out the loans. I also then consider deposit funding, so they would take our money from our personal transactional accounts, and then they would finance loans, right? So that's another input. And then you have the cost of capital as well, which I consider. So I have 6 banks across 15 different years. And then I do have a bit of time. What's interesting, so for example, at the very bottom, my interest on loans, how I get that from the bank-focused data is that I take my total interest income, and then I subtract other interest income that's included within the data that you could mischaracterize as interest income. So they'd have interest income and preferred stock dividends on securities that's included in there. So you then just need to subtract that to try to get as close as possible to the average income that they make on each loan that they ultimately issue out. And so that then is then a measure of your average revenue on loans. And then, so I consider a wage rate, interest on borrowed customer funds, interest on wholesale debt, as well as the price of capital. And then I have different inputs as well that ultimately consider different sources of data, either bank focus as well as data from the South African Reserve Bank. And so in the end, I suppose what you have on the right-hand side will be the actual resultant output, is the output of the marginal cost estimation. So on the left-hand side, I think we should maybe just start there. What you have there is the measure of the average revenue that they make on the loans. So you have the investment income divided by the total loans that they made out. And so that's what you then have on the left-hand side. Of course, one thing that's particularly interesting is that they sort of move together, right? So they sort of have a similar cycle with responses to repo rate changes, so they respond quite equally, right? So you have that trend that's there. But also in addition to that, you have this big difference that exists now between Capitec and all the other banks, which is quite interesting. With Capitec, of course, I think one of the big things there is the fact that they may be predominantly within the unsecured space, where their rates of interest that's charged on those unsecured loans would necessarily be higher than the loans that have been issued out on secured lines of credit. Then what you have there on the right-hand side as well is then some of the measures of marginal cost. What's particularly interesting, I think, is the fact that, I mean, Capitec started 2001, 2002, so they were still fairly new, but what's actually you see over time is that their marginal costs, their ability to issue out loans at a specific cost, that is actually coming down over time. So it may be either learning by doing or just their greater presence within the market has enabled them to obtain better and better, been able to obtain sources of funding at much lower, lower and lower rates. And so that's what you may be seeing over there. And then in the end, so that's what you then have, right? So you are able to take the information on the average prices, on the interest that they earn on the different loans. You then pair that with the marginal cost, the cost of providing the separate loans, and then you're then actually then able to compute what the learner index then ultimately looks like. And so you have sort of different stories, I guess, that exist across the different banks, which is particularly interesting. So I suppose the first point to make, I think, is that we do have some, what you could consider as rather high rates in terms of your, not high rates, but high measures of market power. So that's the first point. And then the second point is that if you were to look at Capitec as well as look at FirstRand, with Capitec in particular, you see this constant increase in their market power, which they're gaining over time, which is particularly interesting. With FirstRand, it seems fairly steady, and then it starts increasing at one point, sort of experiencing an increase. The other thing there, I think that's also quite worth pointing out, is the fact that Standard Bank's market power appears to be sort of decreasing over time. What is interesting is that if you pair that with, let's say, the chart over there, certainly you have the average rate, but you have this constant decrease in the marginal cost for Capitec, and so that actually contributes to the fact that they are now earning higher and higher market power because they just become a whole lot more efficient in issuing out loans. In addition to that, with Standard Bank in particular, you do have a general increase in their marginal cost. So before in 2008, they had the lowest marginal cost. but over some time, they then become, they settle somewhere in the middle. So relative to all the other banks, that their market power, their marginal costs have increased relative to all the other banks. In addition to that, their loans actually were among the sort of on the upper side, but towards the end of the series here, you then see that their rates on the loans that they actually then make actually then forms the lower bound of the data that we have there. And I think that's what you then see in this decrease in the market power that is earned by Standard Bank. With Nedbank, with Investec, you see this sort of initial decrease, and this reflects this initial increase in the marginal costs that we have there, but then generally it sort of increases over time, but they have a high starting point. Nedbank and ABSA, I think, remains fairly steady. What you have over there is then just a comparison of the learner index with the weighted average learner index, the loan weighted learner index, as well as the HHI measure. How I then sort of compute that is that I take the values of these numbers, the HHI as well as the loan weighted learner index, in 2008, and then I create an index with 2008 being the base year. So you then have 100 for each of the different years there for the two series in 2008. And so you can then see what they ultimately then look like over time. So you have this, I think, a general trend across both measures where they actually do decrease, both decrease over time. But I think you have considerably more movement that exists with the learner index than you actually do with the HHI measure that actually exists over there, which is, I think, is quite interesting. So the correlation between them is actually fairly low because of the fact that the learner index has a whole lot more movement, a whole lot more variation across the series. So in general, I suppose the effort here was to try and provide estimates of market power in the provision of loans in South Africa between 2008 and 2022. So I do think that we have some evidence that there is some high market power in the provision of loans, with there being differences in how this market power has evolved over time across the different banks. And I think this work then contributes to at least to the very limited research out there that tries to study the competition that exists between banks. The one point that I will say is that in as much as I think that the work is interesting in and of itself, the work is an input into other work where we try and assess whether the degree of competition that exists between banks as measured by the market power has any bearing on how much of the interest rate adjustments that are set by the Reserve Bank are passed through. And so this is interesting on its own, but it's an input into a much larger project. Thank you.
Okay, cool. I've noticed that we have funky-looking, stylish hair. Yeah, but I think he still needs a hobby, or we need to email his employer to give him more work. Dr. Ari.
Thank you so much. Very nice papers, Duma. Quite technical. A lot of econometrics, a lot of data involved, and quite intense exercise you have undertaken. Let me start with the second last paper, as the estimates of banking competition in SA loan market. Then I'll come to the personal transaction account. My first comment, we at the Competition Commission take the responsibility, even within Competition Commission, the economists at ERB, we define market based on demand side and supply side substitution, but you're forcing us to look at SA loan market as a standalone market. Even you're not even giving space to define market, almost. And you do the same for the personal transaction account. I mean, you should treat it as a different market. That's fine. We will take that as is for now. But I think overall, a very good paper. I wouldn't comment on what you have as an objective of what you wanted to achieve and what you have achieved. But I have a couple of data points that I wanted to highlight. If you look at your equation 1, 1, 2, and 3, Equation 3 is largely the market share in terms of the loan. Each bank, how much market share every bank would have had, because that's what your WIT would suggest. And equation 2, I'm quite comfortable, that's a learner index, price cost margin. But equation 1, wherein you draw, you calculate the market share times learner index in equation 2, and you sum it up to represent that as a national or average price cost margin for the entire banking sector in the country. So I was wondering whether equation 1 has been treated as such in any other jurisdictions, or do we have literature around to treat that as is, and it is acceptable to do so? Because I did my own calculations taking 6 banks, hypothetical numbers, and you calculate average price cost margin just by adding everything and dividing by 6, compared to the weighted average numbers that you suggest in equation 1, which gives you, according to my own calculation, which gives 30 to 40% higher price cost margin compared to the general average price cost margin. I'm going to tell you that. And in your equation 5, although this is largely on the SA loan market, but banks, as you suggest, they are not single product firms. So you've included QJ and you have included QK. K is everything else other than KJ, and you also have included normalized input variables. So this looks like a total cost function, but you've divided that by QJ alone, which is your loan market. So it looks like an average cost, but we can take that as a proxy to marginal cost. But you've used a translog cost function to estimate it, it's fine. But it's just that because the divider is only J, while the whole equation is total cost function, I expect you get a higher cost, marginal cost or average cost. But when you look at the data, that isn't the case. That isn't the case. And also I wanted to raise some of the data issues here, because the paper says the price of labor is calculated as the reported staff expenses divided by the total assets. But you also agree that you don't have the number of each bank's employee data. We don't have. So this has a bearing on later when we calculate the price of capital. You suggest the price of capital is calculated as total operating expenses less staff expenses. So, but the staff expenses itself comes with a restriction that you don't have a number of employees being estimated in the data. And again, the total costs to estimate the marginal cost is calculated as the sum of interest and non-interest bank expenses. I'm not sure whether this exactly translates to equation 3. So please verify that. And also, Capitec, it's got a high interest rate. I mean, if you look at your data in table 1, the last row, the price of loans, every other bank are quite similar, around 9, 8 to 10. Except for Investec, which is 11.4. But Capitec stands at 26%. And I believe Capitec, being the new entrant in the market, I would have expected them to be quite competitive, undercutting everyone else. But this 26% looks quite high. It's not that they are new entrants and hence they didn't know. The market data on a loan, for instance, mortgage loan or car loan, it's quite open. Generally around the prime rate, prime being 10.75 now. So you could easily know Capitec as an entrant. I would know that I would be charging at least on par at prime rate, 10.75, or even lower as an entrant. So this 26% looks quite strange for me, but it could be a kind of variables that you have considered. As I said, equation 5 must exactly translate into your interest and non-interest expenses. And if you look at the data at the end, your translog cost function, I was actually wanting to suggest, why not look at the repo rate as the cost? Because every bank, if they need funds, they would actually go to central bank, Reserve Bank, to ask for more funds, and then utilize that funds to loan, be it a mortgage loan, a car loan, lending public sector or private sector. Or they may also generate funds through the deposits from the customers. But any additional fund you may require, either they could raise it through the central bank, and for which they will get it at a repo rate. Repo rate currently around 7.5 now, or 7.25. And they may also raise it in a JIBA market, where interbank rate, there is an interbank rate wherein bank can lend money from another bank. That's a JIBA market. So even if you look at the JIBA rate or the repo rate, they are very close to each other, around 7.5, 7.25, whatever. So instead of estimating the marginal cost, one could have considered the repo rate at the cost at which banks borrow the money. And if you consider that repo rate or JIBA rate as the at cost price, you can easily utilize that data to estimate what you wanted to do the PCM calculations. And ideally, if you ask any bank, what does it take to loan or lend money to customers who ask for a mortgage loan or a car, they would probably give you a list of cost items, which are like cost of fund, which I just told you about, how to raise funds from central bank or through interbank JIBA rate, liquidity consumption charge, regulatory costs, variable and fixed costs, and expected losses given default. Like typically you do that LGD models. So they do have costs incurred if someone is defaulting, so they incur that into the modeling itself, that if this borrower defaults in year 5 or 6, what is the cost that banks must incur? And also they put some margins on top of it. So these are some of the variables that you could easily consider in your model to calculate the costs. And also if you look at your learner index, table 3, A3, they are on a very high side. Say for instance your price cost margin or learner index is 0.8, it invariably suggests that your marginal cost is 0.2. 1 minus 0.2 is 0.8, and then divide that by 1 is 0.8. If you have a price cost margin of 0.7, your marginal cost is 0.3. So based on the equations, I would have expected a higher marginal cost because you had that only QJ included in the equation. But here, marginal costs are too low comparatively if you look at. And that's the reason why you are in the region of 0.5 and above, maybe the worst case scenario, 0.6 and above, like 60% price cost margin at the markups. The markups are quite high. Although you show a declining trend, but I think the marginal cost itself the estimated marginal cost is somehow too low just to compare on that basis. And lastly,
Dr. Harry, can we just wrap up? We are running press of
I'm
time.
going to take less time for the other paper, so don't worry.
All right.
So lastly, my first comment on your weighted price cost margin for the national market of banks, as the loan market. I had done for 1 year, I just used my own random numbers, and I calculated what a simple average and the weighted average would look like. So the weighted average figures show me almost 30% more compared to the average that one could work on. So the weighted can have an effect, but if you look at the numbers from the previous table, it looks quite a general average figures, but you can verify the data. But at the same time, your HHI calculations show a moderate concentration levels. Not so high, moderate concentration levels. But I expect if you have a moderate concentration level, I expect even PCM, the price cost margins, to be moderate. And that is the kind of inconsistency that I see. But you could argue the other way. But if you look at the Kuhn competition, for instance, higher levels of HHI is generally associated with higher levels of learner index. And it's true for the other way around. And that is exactly the reason why your conclusion that you didn't find correlation between these two. But if you rework it out, for a higher level of concentration, you always have higher levels of PCM. HHI being the concentration index. So, but if you work out, if you resolve the data issues, you will find a consistent, you could probably consistently conclude that there is a high correlation that your HHI and your learner index go together. All right? So this is paper 1. Paper 2, very few. I'll finish it in very few minutes. So again,
2 minutes, please.
2 minutes. Okay. So again, I won't question the objective, and what you wanted to achieve is quite noble. And I completely agree that the kind of studies that you have undertaken are very scant, especially in South Africa. You must continue to work on such novel papers. Only thing is, while you were making presentation, the results that you showed on your slides were different from the paper that I'm sitting with. So most of my comments will probably disappear now. But in any way, on table 1, your category on none, it's 847 observations, which is second largest. I was wondering what this none category customers would have opined about. Say, for instance, if they do not choose check account, current account, or personal transaction account, what would they have preferred? Would it be a non-bank kind of a credit access, or is it informal, or is it a savings account? We don't know. So you could describe that in the description. And I was looking at the table 3. You have 5 dummy variables, and you have like education, employment, rural, urban, race, and married. But the dummy variables, I believe, you've considered 0 or 1 or not. I'm not sure, but the descriptive statistics for these dummy variables show decimals. I wouldn't understand why. The decimals, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. Okay, so I hear you. But if just by looking at the personal income, the significant difference between all the banks. Say, for instance, Capitec is less than 7,000. Every other bank is more. Just by looking at the price that they pay to every loan, 168, 185, 125, 168. Just by looking at them, there's no substitution. Even if you put a snip on these prices, a 5 to 10% price increase from 68 of Capitec's price, would someone shift to another bank? Answer is no. Just by looking at the price data, the descriptive statistics. But your modeling, when you include all of the variables, it gives a composite effect. That's when you find Capitec is close to FNB, Capitec is close to Standard Bank. But just do some sanity check. The basic data, what it is suggesting, and what the econometric is suggesting, it shouldn't be contradictory to each other.
Thank you, Dr.
Wait. Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Your 2 minutes is up,
Okay,
and
fine.
we
It's
have
fine.
another paper to go through.
But it's very nice papers. I really loved reading them.
Yes. Since Duma doesn't have a hobby, you can never chat with him outside. It's fine. The last paper is by Nomelelo and Gitirezi. Can you please, Nomelelo, can you please take over?
Greetings, everyone. Speaking is Nonelelo Vuba, my Leonard colleague, Gitarete Muta, and we'll be presenting our paper titled Systematic Review of Competition Law Enforcement in Facilitating Credit Access in South Africa. Now, our study in general is more recommendatory in nature, and the idea behind the study is informed by the understanding that credit access issues are prevalent in various sectors of our economy, and it is cited by the World Bank as the second most challenge that SMEs face. Now, to this effect, we ought to provide recommendations on the role of competition law enforcement in facilitating greater access to credit. While some of our recommendations may not be within the ambit of the Commission, but to a degree we do believe that the Commission can facilitate greater access through that. And current literature on this topic is very limited only to the relationship between banking sector competition and credit access. We are employing a systematic review approach to offer viable recommendations beyond banking sector competition. Now I'll just do the presentation outline and hand over to my colleague. We'll cover the importance of credit access. Why does it matter? Why are we talking about it? We'll discuss alternatives to traditional credit markets. We'll also explore what the Commission has done in credit markets in the past. We'll also learn or draw insights from the UK and Australia, as well as provide recommendations and conclude. But I think because of time, we won't be able to conclude. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Good afternoon. Okay, why does credit access matter? SMEs and HDIs are the backbone of any economy, yet they face the greatest challenge in accessing formal credit. Limited access to formal credit is largely attributed to lack of acceptable collateral and has forced SMEs and HDIs to source finance from informal channels. So if SMEs and HDPs had better access to formal credit, they would invest in productive activities, expand operations, and ultimately contribute more strongly to their economic growth. However, the credit constraints remain a significant barrier in realizing the productive ripple effects of credit access to SMEs and HDPs. So many SMEs are perceived as high-risk borrowers, lacking credit history, collateral, or sufficient financial statements, which potentially leads to financial institutions charging them higher interest rates to compensate for perceived risk. So another issue is the information asymmetry, which leads to credit rationing, low levels of accountability for credits and market risks. And these are some reasons behind low access to credit by SMEs from formal financial sectors. So the two main challenges that stands out is the first one is inadequate financing, which is quantity of credit availability. And then the second one is terms and conditions of credit, which is quality of credit available, of which both are not favorable to SMEs and HTPs. So these issues shows why improving credit access is not just about numbers, but also about making credit that is available truly supportive of inclusive development. So now we'll be looking into alternatives of traditional credit markets. So globally, about 1.4 billion people remain unbanked, and these are mostly in low-income and rural areas. So traditional banks often fail these groups because of high cost, lack of infrastructure, and logical challenges. The fintech bridges this gap by leveraging mobile technology, digital payments, and blockchain. And some notable example of financial services in fintech is Alipay in China, M-Pesa in Kenya, and Paytm in India, which make it very easy and accessible to SMEs to access credit. And fintech also provides consumers with cheaper alternatives to banks. And also it provides support with wide credit to SMEs. It is also important to note that fintech, they help reduce information asymmetry, making credit allocation more efficient. So the Commission's intervention in credit markets are designed to foster inclusivity, lower barriers to entry, and address anti-competitive practices that hinder access to financial services. So this study focuses on 3 completed market inquiries, as well as advocacy, non-enforcement interventions in attempt to foster greater access to credit. In grocery retail market inquiry, market concentration, supplier relationships, and barriers that may affect small players' access to credit and financing within supply chain were examined. And the findings were that small and independent businesses face several challenges, which among them include lack of access to credit markets. And the second one is that financial sector does not offer adequate support to entrepreneurs located in townships, peri-urban, and rural areas. And while in most cases they would apply for credit, the terms of credit, rates charged, as well as reasons why some applications were unsuccessful wouldn't be communicated with them. And then the last one is that the government-funded agencies in place to make credit accessible were generally found to have qualifying criteria that effectively made them inaccessible to small and independent businesses. And the recommendation is that the government should establish an incentive program that will provide seed financing, which will facilitate credit access to small and independent businesses. And then the second inquiry is fresh produce market. It's the fresh produce, and the findings were that small scale and emerging farmers faces a variety of constraints which emerge as barriers to their success and growth, which includes limited access to credit facilities, high transaction costs, and ineffective extension and support services. The second finding is that small-scale and emerging farmers often lack acceptable collateral, such as land. Even if they do, they lack title deed. So it also found that even with the existence of land bank, access to credit was an ongoing concern. And the recommendations were that the blended finance scheme is very important because different financing models can contribute to easier access to credit. And the second recommendation was that Department of Agriculture, Land Bank, and Commercial Bank should collaborate to fast-track and accelerate the implementation of blended finance scheme, which will potentially alleviate the significant delays when grants are approved by Department of Agriculture, which will make access to finance more achievable for SMEs. And the last inquiry is banking market inquiry, of which the findings were that there are high banking fees, which are a constant issue. And then the recommendation was that there should be reduction in banking fees, particularly for low-income earners, and there should be improved transparency in pricing. So the progress since the banking market inquiry from 2010 is that the incumbents in South Africa, they have significantly reduced their banking fees, especially for entry package dedicated to low-income earners, low-income customers. And we also look into the advocacy's intervention. So using advocacy's non-enforcement tools, the Commission has intervened in the banking industry to open opportunities for SMEs and HDP-owned firms, focusing on lowering barriers to entry for new financial services, service providers, supporting fintech innovation, and providing fair lending practices to expand access to credit. The banking sector plays a very important role in financial inclusion. So to ensure the success of these interventions, the Commission works closely with South African Reserve Bank, National Treasury, and Financial Sector Conduct Authority to harmonize competition and credit regulation, particularly in areas such as open banking and data sharing. I'll hand over to my colleague to conclude.
Sorry for the ups and downs, and without wasting any time, I'll be presenting on the remainder of our presentation slides. Number one, lessons from the UK and Australia. We do acknowledge that market contexts may differ. Before we delve into this, I think it's important that we make that disclaimer. We do believe that market contexts may differ. However, even so, there are lessons to be learned from global competition jurisdictions. In particular, the UK's Competition Markets Authority market investigation on the retail banking, it found that the use of big data for the purposes of credit and risk assessment could facilitate the entry of new SME lending providers by reducing the informational asymmetry between them and the established banks, which would also improve customer access to credit. Secondly, the market investigation, coupled with the CMA's open banking initiative, it mandated banks to share customer data with third-party credit providers, enabling fintechs and other non-banks to offer cost-effective and affordable credit. Now, to cut it short, because of time, in Australia, the same was observed, and in essence, regulatory reforms, they have improved credit availability through open banking and open data initiatives. Now, these are our recommendations, and I have mentioned earlier on that our study is more recommendatory in nature. But firstly, before we go into our recommendations, I think it is important that we refresh our minds of the issues that we have identified. Number one, information asymmetries. Information asymmetries, they describe a situation whereby one party in a transaction lacks sufficient information to conclude on an agreement. And in this situation, it's often financial institutions that do not have sufficient credit history data of SMEs and low-end borrower segments, which includes your previously unbanked individuals. Secondly, it is the vitality of the banking sector competition for credit provisioning. Thirdly, it is the quality and quantity of credit. Now, linking the information asymmetries to the unfavorable terms and conditions, which is the quality of credit, I think what's important is that when financial institutions, they actually decide to grant credit to low-end borrower segment, they do so at unfavorable terms and conditions. Now, the issue I have found was a study which was conducted in Nepal. They actually found something interesting which contrasts what is out there in a lot of studies. They actually found that in reality in Nepal, it is big businesses that are recorded in the bad debts books of the financial institutions, and the reasoning for them to grant credit to SMEs and HDPs at high interest rates is actually a facile reasoning. But I think this is a question of, is this or is that same true for South Africa? Now, going into our recommendations, we firstly propose for the broadening horizon of competition law to actively support inclusive finance through major control that considers public interest commitments such as SME access to credit. Secondly, in line with the Transformation Fund, we do propose for collaboration effects between the Commission and BBBE Commission to facilitate monitored seed capital for SMEs in priority sectors, which these SMEs are selected by the commissions, both of them. To reduce information asymmetries, our recommendations to this effect, they are in line with those which are adopted in the UK and Australia. That is the implementation of open banking and credit information, which will improve risk assessment, reduce adverse selection, as well as enable new entrants to serve the financially excluded groups. We further propose that allowing new entrants, non-banks and fintechs fair access to critical financial infrastructure, which is currently owned by the incumbents, should be pursued by policies. Fourthly, while it is mostly or prevalent in developed economies, we do propose that our financial institution must possess strong creditor rights, which would boost their lender confidence and be protected in the case of default by consumers, which would then expand credit access even to opaque consumers. Fourthly, we do believe that in addressing access to credit issues, we need to understand it from three perspectives. Number one, the demand side, the supply side, and the policy response. Demand side, what is it that consumers, SMEs, and HDPs, as they are the category of economic participants that usually face these credit access issues, what is it that they want? What are the constraints do they face? Supply side, what is offered by the financial institutions? Then the policy response, our recommendation is that policy response should be to revisit available credit terms and ensure terms are favorable to both parties and largely serve the intended purpose of the credit post-facilitation of credit. And lastly, as seen in the Competition Commission's interventions in credit market section, which was covered by Getaretsa Muta, we do believe that market inquiries can provide recommendations that can mandate stakeholders, including government and regulators, to improve credit access for financially excluded groups. And we do believe that the Commission may continue with the execution of its purpose and role. I don't think we'll be concluding. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Do you want to just give them a quick remark just before we close?
moderator has told me that we don't have any time left, but I just wanted to quickly give you 2 points. A good paper, interesting one, but it lacks data. You do refer to the food two inquiries, a retail market inquiry, the recent one, a staple food one, and then you refer to the banking inquiry. You can easily identify some of the quantifiable measures and see how much that commission or its initiative have contributed to access to credit. That will make it a richer look to the paper. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Oh, sorry, Dr. Harry. I told you that I get confused between calling Harry and Doctor. So, as a moderator, I can't really comment much about the papers that were presented today. But however, I think there's areas of collaboration between the different guys that presented today, especially on future areas. I'm not sure if there's comments, questions from the audience. Anyone?
Thanks, Makaya. I've just got one comment or question that popped in my head. It's for Dumakude's second paper. I wanted to know if because I'm thinking about, what could influence banks' marginal costs and, the results that you've shown in terms of the movements of the learner index over time for each bank. Is that in any way, is there literature or has there been thought given to how there might be an interplay, if any, between movements in the learner index and bank loyalty programs and when these programs became, implemented? So you've got, FNB's e-bucks, Nedbank's, Greenbacks, and, they all have programs. And I saw a study ages ago talking about how loyalty programs are so influential in terms of customer retention. And I just want to know, how does that play out perhaps in marginal costs or perhaps like more life cycle, long run customer value for banks? So yeah, thanks.
Thank you for that. So that's a very interesting point. I mean, it's something that I have seen from, I think you had mentioned the CMA study on retail banking market investigation in the UK. And in there, they specifically look at how the use of loyalty programs ultimately sort of entrench consumers and limit their ability to, not limit their ability, but their inclination to try and move to different banks. I think where it would ultimately feature in this sort of paper is it may not come in within, so it may feature within marginal costs if there are some labor inputs that that go into the actual provision of the loyalty programs themselves. So that's the first thing. The other thing I think is where it will primarily come in is the fact that if you have less responsive consumers, you have a greater ability to price even further above the marginal cost. And so it'll be interesting to see, maybe if I could see when certain loyalty programs actually started, and I could contrast that with the evolution of the market power, and that may potentially suggest one contributor to an increase in market power, for instance. Cool. Thanks.
Thank you. Vane?
Thanks. Two short questions directed to Nori and Ori. So the first one, you highlighted two theories that seem to contradict each other, the market power hypothesis and the information hypothesis, wherein one stipulates that competition increases credit supply and the other one says competition reduces credit supply. So I just wanted to check which theory did your study adopt and why? And secondly, so you did mention also that there has been a decline of about 45% in terms of credit allocations to SMMEs. What are some of the factors explaining that decline? And also, what does the, what does the current credit allocation rate look like and structure in South Africa? Also looking at other countries such as Brazil and India, wherein SMMEs account for a large share of the employment and GDP there.
Okay, Banning, so we mentioned two theories, which was the market power hypothesis and information hypothesis. But however, because of the mandate of a competition act, it's to ensure that there is competition and there is choice. So we are going with the market power hypothesis. It is more effective as a result of it is pro-competition, where it states that when there is competition between banks, there is greater credit access for SMMEs, there is lower lending costs, there is a broader part of financial products which are available for SMMEs, whereas the information hypothesis, it is anti-competitive, and it says that too much competition can backfire due to information asymmetries, which is not the mandate of the Competition Act. So to stick with the Competition Act, we are saying that the study, it is adopting the market power hypothesis. Thank you.
With regards to the second question about the factors of decline, we basically just looked at barriers to entry as factors because we were just trying to look at contestability in this financial sector. So we didn't look at any other thing because we were focusing mainly on concentration and barriers to entry. So that's for that one.
Thank you. Is there another question? Oh, okay, no questions. So, yeah, so I was told that the papers will be uploaded on the Competition Commission's website. Just have a look out for that if anyone is interested in reading the 4 papers. So thank you, everyone, and thank you to Dr. Ari and Professor Vilagazi. And guys, I'm told also that we should go back to the main hall for closing remarks. Thank you. Bye-bye.